confession. 215-263 WMMR is the number. And we're going to go to Tim, see if we can get the answer. Yo, Tim, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, my man. All right, so Charlie Brown's father did what for a living?
He was a barber.
A barber.
Really?
Yeah.
And his kid had the worst haircut.
He had like 3 hairs on his head, and that was it. All right, Tim, hang on. We got you a pair of tickets in the suite with Brent Porsche as NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway. That's May 1st with the Duramax Dryden 400, and you can get tickets at doverspeedway.com. We'll start with our favorite family this morning.
My God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
What?
The jury selection process began on Monday for Blac Chyna's $100 million lawsuit against the Kardashian-Jenner family.
Blac Chyna makes the Kardashians look like the Barrymore family.
So 4 members of the family were present at the Los Angeles courthouse, including Kim, Khloe, Kris, and Kylie. Chyna was present in the courthouse as well, along with her attorney. Chyna's ex, Rob Kardashian, was not present yesterday.
So they had a very acrimonious split, right? Rob and Blac Chyna, as I remember?
Yeah, so Chyna, whose birth name is Angela White, filed her lawsuit against the Kardashian-Jenner family in 2017.
It's taken a while.
It has.
Yeah.
And the suit states Rob Kardashian is an abuser intent on destroying Angela White, the mother of his baby, who left him in 2016. In revenge, the Kardashian-Jenner family became media predators, slut-shaming her on social media and killing her hit television show, Rob and Chyna, which had already begun filming a second season.
It was a super hit. In fact, if you remember that year when it premiered, they actually bypassed the Emmy Awards ceremony and just gave that show all the awards.
I'd forgotten that.
And remember, a truck pulled up and it was just loaded with awards.
I forgot all about that.
They wrote that in the copy there, did they, Preston?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well, that was her.
That's her
attorneys.
contention.
Oh,
That's her
I see.
attorneys.
Now, you know, the Kardashian family has access to the ultra top lawyers available. So how do you think this is going to play out?
Well, the Kardashian-Jenners filed a lawsuit of their own in retaliation that same year, though, claiming that Chyna violently attacked Rob. Kim, Khloe, Kris, and Kylie are all expected to testify during the trial.
I can't wait to see that.
You're out of order.
I need to moisten my face every 20 minutes.
Ex post facto.
Why do you eat popcorn like that?
So yeah, this will be covered extensively.
I'd love to see
in the Preston and Steve Entertainment Report.
Chloe and Blac Chyna outside the People's Courtroom. You know when they have that interview. I told the truth.
Yeah. All right, on to other legal interesting matters. Andy Dick, who's just had nothing but trouble for the past few years, got a visit from police after a guy he's living with angrily whipped out a gun while they were live on the web. Andy's been staying with a YouTube personality in Las Vegas who calls himself Wappy Flanker.
Wappy Flanker.
Mm-hmm. And things went awry over the weekend during Wappy Flanker and Andy Dick's stream.
Is everything okay here, Mr. Flanker?
Flanker. Yeah. Wappy Flanker. A third man went over to Wappy's place and an argument broke out. And that's when Wappy pulled out a gun.
Wappy, what are you doing?
Oh, slap it, happy, wait.
And I was hoping you would pull that out. And that's when Wappy pulled out a gun.
Oh, slap it, happy, wait.
And threateningly tells the visitor to take off.
Wow.
In the video, you hear Andy telling his host, "Don't shoot the gun."
So he was the voice of reason, Andy
Yes,
Dick.
don't shoot the gun, Wappy.
Wappy.
Oh, slap it, happy, wait.
And law enforcement sources told TMZ police received a call from someone who was watching the live stream, and then cops went to the home Saturday for a welfare check.
What kind of situation are you in when Andy Dick is the one that says, like, cooler heads prevail?
Police spoke to Andy and the man who pulled the gun, and Andy told cops that he was fine and wanted to keep staying at the home. Officers left without citing or arresting anyone. And it appears this isn't the first time that a gun has shown up in the live stream. A day earlier, video shows the Wappy Flanker
Oh, slap it, happy, wait.
with a gun on his waistband while Andy shoos off a guy recruiting him to stream an RV trip.
So apparently
Okay.
part of this story involves them creating the impression that Andy Dick is being held as a hostage.
I guess so.
At
So
this
he
house,
appears
it's
to be
kind of a
sleeping
gimmick.
on a cot in the living room.
Right.
And the live stream is seeking donations for Andy. So whether it's legit or not, I don't know.
I mean, Wappy Flanker does have a video from a few days ago that racked up 138 views. So
Whoa.
130.
Wow,
Yeah.
That's over 100.
That's pretty good, man.
literally has tens of views.
How does Mrs. Flanker do?
I
He's
don't know.
building. He's building.
Oh, slap it, happy, wait, wait.
All right, moving on. Jennifer Grey is opening up about getting her nose job done. The Dirty Dancing star recently spoke to people about her forthcoming memoir, Out of the Corner, and the rhinoplasties that changed the course of her career. At the encouragement of her mother, Grey got her first nose job following the release of Dirty Dancing in 1987. And she said she loves me, loved me, always has, and she was pragmatic because she was saying, guess what? It's too hard to cast you. Make it easier for them. And then I did, and she was right. It wasn't like you're not pretty. It's like, guess what? If you don't want to be an actor, okay. But if you want to be an actor, I don't know what that statement even means.
It's a
Are they
bunch of
saying like
nonsense.
now she just looks like everybody else?
I think so.
Whereas
Well,
she had something, she was a little bit different looking, but
The thing was, Kathy, she had achieved. She was in Dirty Dancing, which was huge. She was in Red Dawn,
Ferris
which was
Bueller's Day Off.
right. So she was in a number of movies. Her career was off and running.
Yeah.
The rhinoplasty, it's rare. I mean, you can usually determine who the person is after they get their nose job. I remember seeing her after the rhinoplasty.
No, you
I
didn't
didn't
know
know
who
who
she
she was.
Yeah.
I know it was. I mean, listen, whoever did it did a good job, but
They did, but
I
you
think
know
it
what?
made her look like everybody else.
I thought on her slightly larger nose was very cute.
So did I.
I thought it was
Yes.
adorable.
Absolutely.
She was such a cute, pretty girl. And
it worked.
And still was afterwards, but there was something charming about the way she looked, you know?
Well, she'd already the hooks had been sunk. She had a career.
Yeah.
We were seeing her get role after role, and that all dissipated.
After her second rhinoplasty, Grey was listen to this, she was at a premiere when Michael Douglas turned around and didn't even recognize her.
wow.
She said that was the first time that I had gone out in public and it became the thing, the idea of being completely invisible from one day to the next. You remember she had a television show,
It
a
was a
sitcom for a
series.
short amount of time about herself. She was
Yes.
playing herself, Jennifer Grey, and she addressed that a few times and people wouldn't recognize her.
That was a major that was a plot point of the series, is that her career had stalled because she got the plastic surgery.
Yeah.
And even that didn't succeed.
She continued to say, in the world's eyes, I was no longer me. And the weird thing was
be true to yourself.
that thing that I resisted my whole life, and the thing I was so upset with my mother for always telling me I should do my nose.
Thanks,
so-
Mom.
Yeah. So,
Whore.
nonetheless, I don't know if she called her a whore or not, but maybe she was thinking that.
You ruined everything.
Yeah. While Julia Roberts is best known for romantic comedies like Pretty Woman and Notting Hill, it turns out that she hasn't actually starred in one in 20 years.
Huh.
In a recent interview with the New York Times, Roberts explains why. She said, it wasn't by design so much as not finding something that I was really interested in. I was surprised how quickly the years seemed to go by. She added that she just didn't feel like the scripts were up to snuff. People sometimes misconstrue, she said, the amount of time that's gone by. And I haven't done a romantic comedy as my not wanting, by that I haven't done a romantic comedy as my not wanting to do one.
They don't know how to quote people in
I'm
these
saying,
things. Yeah.
if I had read something that I thought was the Notting Hill level of writing or my best friend's wedding level of madcap fun, then I would do it.
She was also Runaway Bride, right?
Yeah.
So she had that. There was one right after another that were big. But she also, Erin Brockovich.
Oh,
other
yeah,
movies,
she did
she
the-
had success.
Yeah. But a lot
Sleeping
of
with the Enemy.
her bread and butter did, those huge
Yeah.
successes were some of her more romantic comedy films. She said they didn't exist until this movie that I just did that Ole Parker wrote.
What?
And directed Ticket to Paradise, a rom-com scheduled for release this fall. So I guess she's going to do one.
All right.
I'm not familiar with Ole Parker, O-L.
I don't, maybe I'm a little more familiar with New Parker.
It's another
Ticket to Paradise.
another movie with George Clooney, by the way.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Yeah, so yeah.
Taylor Swift can add a new honor to her overflowing cabinet of accolades. A new species of millipede from the Appalachian Mountains has been named after her. The Nenaria swiftae, or vernacularly, the swift twisted claw millipede, is one of 16 new species named by Virginia Tech scientists Derek Hennon, Jackson Means, and Paul Merrick in a new paper published via Zoo Keys.
I find them freaky.
The study's lead author is the avowed Swiftie who selected the name, noting on Twitter that he chose it for that specific millipede species because so far it's only been found in Tennessee. Hennon said, her music helped me get through the highs and lows of graduate school, so naming a new millipede species after her is my way of saying thanks.
So you know what I find really terrifying in a praying mantis sort of way, Preston, are the centipedes, the larger ones
With the really big legs.
They'll bore into like the head of their prey.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean,
There's some kind of bug that's floating around my house, and it has for a few years, and it's the one with like it's not a millipede, but it has 1,000 legs. They're long legs.
Silverfish.
No, it's not a silverfish either, Case. They have really long legs.
I know
and-
exactly what you're talking about. They're very fast.
They're really fast.
And I thought
That's
as
it.
well that they were a silverfish. And that is not.
No, it's a house centipede, I guess. And,
Okay.
man, I hate them. And they grow really big, really fast. So you can find a small one in your house, and then it skitters away.
I effing hate them.
I can't
Effing hate
stand
'em.
these things.
I thought that was a silverfish. We're looking at a picture
Yeah.
of them. Yeah.
What's a silverfish?
I don't know. See if you can pull that up if you wouldn't mind.
But it's wild, how
It's
they
a fish you get on your 25th anniversary.
are able to, work all those appendages,
They got to be smart.
Yeah.
Their typing skills must be. Okay.
ew.
So this is what a silverfish looks
Oh,
like?
those are gross looking too.
Silverfish don't have as many long legs.
Little stubby.
They do have some long antennae, but interesting.
We don't have as many legs.
Sometimes I find it hard and unfathomable that I can work two legs. Have you guys ever been like walking and you just notice you're like, I'm not even like thinking about walking. I'm just walking. Do you know what I mean?
And I get extra proud of myself. Look at me, people. I'm walking. Now I'm going to sing.
Come on, you don't ever do that. You're like, as you're just like walking along a trail or something like that. You're like,
never wanted to become so full of myself that I was proud of being able to walk.
I didn't. Well, maybe proud's not the right word.
Your body is filled with involuntary things. that
I
you've done. So,
know,
okay,
I
just
know.
curious.
Guess whose heart keeps beating?
But walking is involuntary. It is very voluntary. But it's a
Guess what
voluntary
my
action.
liver's doing?
Hey, this'll tweak your melon.
Okay.
Did you think about everything you did while driving here this morning?
No.
Oh, isn't that
multitude of
crazy?
things.
Isn't that insane?
Crazy.
So Jennifer Aniston's struggle with sleepwalking has alarmed consequences. Literally, she doesn't even think about it when she sleepwalks.
That is involuntary.
The actress faced insomnia and other sleep issues for decades until her battle escalated into full-blown sleepwalking episodes that set off her house alarms.
Wow. So she was
told-
up and about.
She told people, I have been known to do that. I have been woken up by house alarms going off that I've set off in a new interview. She said, and I don't think that I do that anymore. That was when I was super sleep deprived. Thankfully, the incidents served as a real wake-up call for the Friends star who realized the dangerous episodes were an extension of anxiety issues that dated back years.
Have you ever had a full sleepwalking incident?
Only once when I was a kid.
Right.
Yep. And and I woke up and I'm like, how did I get here?
I had a bout of it for a while. And I was a kid too. It was 6th or 7th grade. And yeah, it lasted for a while. They took me to a doctor and a sleep study and the whole nine. But yeah, I mean, I was doing it for several months. It was.
Did you do a bed harness thing?
I didn't have to get to that like the Mike Birbiglia level.
Right.
No, I didn't have to do that. But yeah, it was scary for my parents watching it happen.
She said, I think it started somewhere in my 30s or even earlier, but you just don't start to notice the effects of a lack of sleep when you're younger because we're so invincible. And it began as something that I would just accept, and then all of a sudden you realize the effects of your lack of sleep and how it affects your day and your work and your mind function and your physique. Because going to sleep started to feel almost like walking the plank each night. She sought medical aid, which she absolutely recommends that people do, and establish a healthy nighttime routine. So part of it was lack of sleep for her.
Get a sleep number bed.
Yeah, that'll definitely help.
You ever had sleep karaoke?
No.
Yeah.
I've
I
never
did for
had
a
that
while. I
happen.
sang a lot of Pat Benatar.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right.
We are strong.
Yeah.
I can see you doing
Did
that.
that Diamond Dance thing?
So now the 53-year-old morning show star has joined a new campaign with the health and wellness site Seize the Night and Day, which offers aid to those grappling with sleep disturbances. So she's getting behind it.
It's me sleep karaokeing to Pat Benatar.
Steve, wake up, wake up. You're singing again. Yeah.
Out of control.
All right, according to court documents, and his ex-wife, Brooke Mueller, settled their child support case on April 11th. Sheen and Mueller agreed on an undisclosed financial agreement in the Los Angeles Superior Court ruling for their twin 13-year-old sons, Bob and Max. I didn't know they had twins together.
No, neither did I.
Sheen's lawyer, Gregory J. Pedrick, told the publication Monday, Mr. Sheen and Mrs. Mueller recognized together the great benefit to their children in peacefully, privately coming to terms focused on the family's overall best interests.
I wonder what Charlie Sheen's level of wealth is presently. I haven't seen him in anything in a long time. I know he
Two and a Half
lived
Men was such a huge
It
hit.
was a huge hit. So how much did he sock away?
Yeah.
How much did his hedonistic lifestyle burn up?
Yeah,
I'd be curious.
And how is he doing physically? I mean, he has
HIV,
AIDS,
absolutely.
right? Or HIV.
I think I'm keeping it in check now.
But I just wonder how his
freaking warlock.
How his struggle with that is going.
I drink Yoo-hoo.
Wow, that doesn't do anything for that. Page 6 reports that Lala Kent will be getting breast implants to celebrate the paperback edition of her book, Give Them Lala.
We should all get breast implants to celebrate our Hall of Fame admittance.
The Vanderpump Rules
Breast
star
reduction.
said Monday, I want to celebrate. I'm going into surgery to have my boobies done on Friday.
This is Lala?
Mm-hmm. She said this on Monday's episode of the Behind the Velvet Rope podcast. So for those of you who are wondering, now you know.
Okay.
All right, so here's another one. I saw this headline. Yeah, I saw this headline and just wanted to let you guys know that Love is Blind's Deepti Vempati and Kyle Abrams enjoyed Coachella together.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
Don't you hate the pictures coming out of Coachella?
Listen, it is so far removed from my level of caring.
Right.
I started to see some things as I was getting ready to do some prep work for returning to work, and I'm just like, I don't care. I just do not care.
The word that comes to mind is poser. It's you go to be seen.
Yeah, it's a place to see and be seen.
Right.
You know, it's one of those things. I don't care
I don't
about
know.
that anymore.
If I were 21, 22, something like that, I probably wouldn't enjoy going to something like that.
To Coachella?
You wouldn't?
Yeah, no, I would.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, but part of it is to see and be seen as well.
Well, listen.
To be with other people who walk.
But I don't necessarily know about being seen. And a lot of people, Steve, are walking like
and not even thinking about it.
They're dancing.
Just
as
a
well.
weekend to appreciate.
How are they dancing? They're not even thinking
that guy
about that.
is like moving his arms and legs. It's crazy.
There's Liam Hemsworth. He's walking like a champ.
Now, listen, as far as the famous people are concerned, yes, maybe they're there to be seen. But everybody else, which is the vast majority of the tens of thousands of people, like, yeah, they want to get there and listen to some music, maybe drop some acid.
Is it on the same fairgrounds as the old cello that you went to?
I think so.
Okay.
I
It's
think there
gotta
is
be. It's
only
pot,
one
right?
fairground there.
Same
And,
location. Okay, so what it is, you're right. The VIP area is such a VIP area for Coachella that it's, I mean, the amenities and all that, that's all that's focused in on. I rarely ever see general pictures of audience enjoying Coachella who just happen to be attending.
Yeah, listen, there's a ton of ecstasy and Molly and stuff going on there, and people are, it's...
Makes it hard to walk.
It does. Well, for some people, it depends on how much they take, but... this does not bother me.
Okay.
It's just
All right.
young people.
No, you're cool with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, listen. Don't misunderstand me. I probably
You don't
musically
care.
I wouldn't be interested in that.
Yeah.
I don't care where I am in life right now. I don't care.
Have fun.
All right.
Go for it.
Yeah. Have fun. Go
Walk
ahead.
like a
Get off
champ.
my back.
Please walk proudly. Just don't think about it.
It'll screw you up.
According to Variety, John Batiste will make his feature acting debut in Blitz Bazawul's The Color Purple. Batiste will play Grady, husband to Taraji P. Henson's Suge Avery. So if you remember the film,
Yes.
that's they come into the main character Ceely's life as a couple, and then it gets all dramatic between them. But okay, so that should be cool.
Well, he just won a Grammy, right?
Yes.
Grammys.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Did he win an Oscar as well?
Oh, I don't know.
He might have. He kind of reminds me, Preston, maybe you'll agree, a little bit of a Don Martin drawing.
Okay.
He has sort of those features,
Yeah.
But he is super talented.
Yep. Then we have, according to Deadline, Jason Momoa is in early talks to star in Warner Brothers live-action Minecraft film.
Oh wait,
Yes.
this isn't the Rob McElhenney.
Rob is not involved in that anymore. Remember, he
Okay.
was going to direct, and
Right,
eventually
right.
he bailed out. But that was like 4 years ago, maybe longer that
yeah.
news came out. So no, it is going to be directed by Napoleon Dynamite's Jared Hess.
Interesting. So I wonder if it's going to have a comedic edge to it.
I gotta believe that it
I mean,
would.
how does that game translate to a storyline?
It's a live action too.
Yeah.
That's unless it's going to be not necessarily
Like Tron?
not necessarily in the game. It might be
Right.
people who play the game
could
and,
be, yeah.
and their lives. You know what I mean?
Are your kids at all still? I know
they
your
still,
daughter
they still
did.
dabble. They still, will jump on from time to time. Caroline does, and she still watches videos of people creating and playing games and doing things like that on Minecraft. It's still really, really
Does
big.
Fortnite still have any steam or no?
Oh yeah,
Case
yeah,
you know
yeah. My
more than
son's
I
playing
would.
it. My nephews still play it. Yeah, and so Fortnite, A, it's a game, and then B, it's a hangout.
Yeah.
That's the other.
That went
aspect of
away
it.
and then came back.
Fortnite?
Right, Case? Like,
Yeah.
they like trailed off and then came back to it.
Listen, they keep the like a carrot. They dangle the carrot.
Right.
And so it's always with new Marvel skins
Right.
and stuff like that.
It's
Yeah.
kind of brilliant the way they market it.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're ready for clips, so let's get to them. Young Rock is a look back on the life of Dwayne Johnson through outrageous stories of his youth that shaped him into the man that he is today. And in this clip, Dwayne Johnson talks about what family means to him.
I lost my dad earlier this year. He checked out just like that, and I never had a chance to say goodbye to him. And that's the kind of stuff that sometimes we have to reconcile with in life. My mom has been a strong influence on me, too, as well. Growing up my entire life, we've always had a very close relationship. So they are featured prominently in Young Rock.
New episode of Young Rock airs today on Peacock.
So I wonder if, okay, so it was on NBC and it ran for a number of episodes, and I wonder if they're completing out the season and are they not going to renew it or what the status of this is? Because now it seems to be just on Peacock.
Yeah, don't know. Next clip, here we go. The unbearable weight of massive talent. In this film, Nicolas Cage plays a fictionalized version of himself who bears little resemblance to his real off-screen personality. And in this clip, Nick shares the process that he went through to play this special character. Here we go.
I approached it with the same self-prescribed program I approach every character, which is that, I will design a performance in terms of the look and the physical behavior. Everything from the ridiculous to the sublime, if you will, is by design.
Sound insane. It looks so good.
It
though.
does.
It looks.
I
so
really
good.
want to see this.
it, yeah.
Wow. The unbearable weight of massive talent is in theaters on Friday, so you guys will get to see it soon. So you got to love them. You got to love them.
Yes, absolutely. And
All right.
also, Pig is a great movie if you haven't seen it.
And that is our entertainment report for today. We are going to have joining us in the studio this morning, Mr. Joe Matarese, who's got a show coming up at the City Winery on Saturday, so we'll spend some time with Joe. We have Concert Cash on the way at 8 and 10, just for our show this morning, continues throughout the day. We have a meet and eat with our friends at Foodie Hall, and we'll do some giveaways in conjunction with that. We also have Tattoos Day taking place, so text word tattoo to 39333 if you want to win a tattoo, be in the running for it from Floating World Tattoo and Pearson. We'll give that away at the end of the show. But right now, I would like to give away a case of Lover Boy. It is, what am I giving away? A case of Lover Boy.
What am I giving away?
It's beer.
I see. Okay, so yes, it's also from a show, Summer House.
Okay.
That's the thing. So you win a case of Lover Boy, which you might recall Lover Boy from Bravo's hit reality series Summer House. So,
I
there you go.
absolutely do.
Call number 10 at 215-263 WMMR. We'll set you up with it. Lover Boy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar, sparkling hard tea. Ooh, that's what it is. Enjoy Lover Boy.
Jerry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just
They
want
are
to give
excellent.
them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. That just you just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother?
Good.
I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't
Oh,
he?
start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many, many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
You.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go
No,
back to the
like-
strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that. Let's
thinking
go back to-
I'm
Sweet
thinking-
and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In
Like,
general,
and trying to do it yourself.
it's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
yeah, exactly.
You know, what is this, guys?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
sacks are ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball
It's like Max
sacks are yummy. Do it slowly. And
Oh,
see if it's
okay.
even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Just made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said.
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let cold cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter,
It's pretty
I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
They
But
never
you
do
know,
it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah?
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
We watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
but I was just
different.
surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
It's just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian? Yeah. It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay!
I've not
and
seen it.
loud!
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
yeah.
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with a dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
We call it the
show.
Hershey
Are
Highway.
you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis by penis
By penis.
by penis.
I'm working my way through.
Nick,
Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
very different Michael McDonald.
that
It's the
sounds-
one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie
Brothers.
Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it, a Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This
damn
is
it.
Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go.
we go.
That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, 'cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called, what's it called, Loud House?
Well, that's
Yeah,
Michael
yes.
MacDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald.
You might
Or
be
are they
right.
both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick.
Mc- oh,
yeah.
McDonald.
McDonald had a heart. He had a hair. With a and
I don't know what animal you just
I
said.
don't know.
I don't know what
Neither do
noise. I don't know what noise to make.
and the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald,
The Loud House.
the Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
and showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House, has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the talented man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
don't
know.
even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
Right.
pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table
No.
because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, no, they're right.
No,
I'm like,
you own the table if you stay at the table.
And keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out
Yeah.
to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
but
But maybe
apparently
they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters
but
there.
they left.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of
This is
dicks.
what you do.
You should have done the thing that
This is your thing.
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know. We're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and
So
go.
the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us, and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you
I
guys,
haven't, yeah.
that she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
yeah,
what time?
Yeah.
What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
It was
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah, okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car,
Right.
went to the bathroom, all that stuff. And then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have like exploded or something.
Exploded?
Onto the road. It just tipped over. Someone said that they were going like 90 miles an hour down the road, and there was they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was
an hour.
okay.
down the road.
Not even the most finely
Someone else's
tuned vehicle
words.
could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was
miles
traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road essentially.
So there was an atomic
Yeah.
bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South
so-
Jersey, okay.
God.
Yeah,
and
just
what
right over the
road
bridge.
is this, by the way? Is this like, did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, like I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey,
so-
whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was like the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, we'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill. So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of like the thicket. And
She just comes walking out of the trees.
woods?
it appears to
Great
me
storyteller.
that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses. And she says, can I get into your car and I'll help you? And she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill. So
So
she's like,
she gets behind the wheel.
She
Yes.
gets behind the wheel.
Because
She gets behind
she's
the
done
wheel.
this before, or we
Yes.
assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car's an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse.
You know what? With on the heels of Easter
Yes.
of the weekend, lots of candy, all
Tons.
that stuff. I thought it might be appropriate to read this particular email that I received from our buddy Kyle, who emails in quite a bit. But he wrote this to me, and the subject line was "Question for the Connoisseur. Please help."
Oh,
So we're
Well,
not
this
doing a connoisseur segment.
it's medical advice.
It is. It's
Yeah,
medical
yeah, yeah.
advice. No.
So don't play the music?
Well, sure, if you want to, feel free. It's a question for the connoisseur.
Not quite the connoisseur.
Yeah. But it says, Dear Preston, Steve, and the rest of the Good Morning It gang, I have a question for the connoisseur / all of Philadelphia. As I get older, I'm realizing that I eat food in a weird way, and I have no idea why. And then he gave some examples. And it mainly is candy, so that's why I thought it would be appropriate
All right, yes.
on the heels of just, finishing off some Easter candy, if you did happen to have some, or maybe somebody has some sitting out on their desk and you're diving into that, whatever.
I guarantee it, yeah.
So here is what he has to say, and feel free to chime in if you have anything like this. He says, Kit Kats. I have to separate the 2 sticks, bite it perfectly in half, and once in my mouth, I meticulously bite the chocolate off until it's just the wafer.
Yeah.
Peanut M&Ms, I have to eat 2 at one time, bite the chocolate off of the peanut very carefully, then eat the peanuts. Nestle's Crunch, I have to let all of the chocolate melt off in my mouth until the crispy rice part is left.
This guy is like my chocolate eating twin right now.
He's your spirit animal.
Yeah.
He's separating what's supposed to be eaten together, though. I'm not into this.
There's some of the things he does that I concur with, and there are other things that I would murder him for.
All right, what are your examples?
So, I agree with the Kit Kat. I like the Kit Kat, and to me, I always consider the Nestle's Crunch thing, Preston, kind of an experiment to just reduce it down, to take the chocolate off and see, and get down to the crunch.
Right.
However, I think in Kathy's defense, I believe, that those tastes should be done together. That's what you're going for. But there's some candies you sort of play with in your mouth.
What
you know what I'm saying?
Yo, totally.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'll give you an example. So, like he says with the peanut M&Ms. Now, most of the time, I just throw them in my mouth.
3 or 4. Yeah, agree.
But there will be times where I will carefully crunch down on the outer candy shell, break it apart, suck all the chocolate off, Casey.
And remove the nut.
Until there's just the nut in my mouth.
Do you ever bite it in half and attempt to extract the nut in your mouth so that your mouth is full of nuts?
Yes. I'm with you.
You're saying?
Yeah. That's a fun game.
You've
Bite
cut,
it in
you
half.
basically bite it. You bite it. You basically have bitten the peanut M&M as much as you can in half so that a portion of the nut now extends out.
With your front teeth.
And now you're going to try to extract it.
No,
like
I've not done that.
No?
Radioactive.
Well,
Yeah,
I've done where it comes
I've done
out
it.
as almost like a chocolate cup.
Yes.
Basically.
And you can't use your molars for said
cannot.
activity.
They'd be
Yeah.
cheating.
Oh, yes, you can. You can use
cheating.
anything in
You
your teeth.
can't.
No, yes.
Incisors
everybody
are
can.
more.
You're allowed.
Are more detailed.
Surgical.
Yes, they're more surgical. Thank
They're
you.
the scalpel of the dental world.
Right.
I mean,
Marissa
listen,
brought
if
in
you
some peanut M&Ms to us right
if you
now.
look at the bag, Preston, if you look at the bag, I mean, they've even there's a picture of the peanut M&M the way
show it to me.
you are speaking, Steve.
Yeah,
whereas
he's
cut in
right.
half, yeah.
Yep, he's
So-
correct.
Right. So what I would do here is exactly, and Nick, you'll agree.
Yeah.
Get it to that point and then attempt to extract the nut in my mouth.
Yes.
That's what
I
this guy
want
is saying.
A lot of nutting in my mouth here. So that's what I go for.
Also, when you don't
that's
do
a
it-
game, though.
It is a game.
I've had to have what Preston said, a couple of handfuls of regular before I go in.
Yeah, you need a meal first, and then that's an activity during the meal. And if you accomplish it, it's a victory.
Absolutely.
We're getting a number of texts. Feel free to call in with these 215-263-WMMR. Although one person texted in and said this guy's a wackadoo.
Yeah, I don't like that he's separating everything.
But there are a lot of people that are concurring and offering up examples of themselves and what they do. Like one person said that, wait a minute, where was it? Oh, yeah, I eat the pretzel part off of the cheese on combos.
Oh, sure.
How is that even possible?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Really?
I try to suck the cheese right out of the hole.
Yeah, exactly.
That just sounds gross, right? Yeah,
It does,
Yeah.
but it sounds yummy at
May
the
I
same
open
time.
these, by the way?
Yeah. Oh, my
yeah,
God,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Jace bites M&Ms in half.
Little bitty regular plain M&Ms.
Oh,
Every single one.
To remove the shell from the
I
chocolate?
don't think he's I think
bites them in half.
I think he's just eating half of it and then eat. So if whenever he eats M&Ms, there's like a mess because some of the shell will just fly all over the place. I'm like, who makes a mess when they eat M&Ms?
Right? It's one of the most self-contained foods you can eat.
Right.
Yeah.
What I will do with peanut M&Ms a lot of times is when I have I don't even know, let's say 10 left, I will play this little game where I'll pick like my favorite. I'll put them all in my hand and I'll pick my favorite color and blindly eat them and see if my favorite color will be the last one left.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Steve, check it out.
There you perfect.
Victory.
See what Nick just did? He
Look
did
at
a
that.
perfect.
There you go.
Crack and have.
I win.
Yep.
Do you do the same thing with your
Wait a minute.
with prescription drugs?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I want to go back to your game here. So you'll have a handful.
Have a handful.
of peanut M&Ms.
Yeah, and it's
Let's
not
do
always
it right now. Let's
All
do it right now.
Well, I'm
Can I
not
have
eating
some?
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not
There you
eating
go.
right
No,
now? Are you gonna
I'm
juice
doing
cleanse?
the intermittent fasting. So
he's
not eating.
Damn it.
my window
Well, I
doesn't
am
have
too,
control
and I
over
just had an M&M. Yeah.
All right.
I also
so
gotta
you know
dip
what?
it.
Here, I'll do it.
All right,
I'll do it.
you do
Hand
it.
it over. Oh my God. Okay.
Wow, that was
All right. So
Centrifugal force kept those in.
You, Preston, and it can't be. It's not the same color every time.
Right.
But look at that. You got two blues.
ooh, look at how big that yellow one is.
Oh,
she's a beaut.
No, put them all in your hand. You got to put them all in your hand.
I know, but I'm only gonna.
No, this is part of the game. I'll explain.
I don't want to eat that many of them.
Well, hang on. But
Should I play?
Put them all in your hand.
Just like Nick playing.
You can do it. You can do it the way you want, but just put them all in your hand real quick.
I don't want all of them.
He doesn't want to.
I know, but I need to explain to you, Preston. In this particular game, because there's only one red, that would be my favorite color.
All right.
And I would try and see if that would be the last one. That would be.
Do you ever?
Yeah, but I don't want to eat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9
That's
of these
fine.
right now.
I just needed to explain to you. Now you
They
can
need
remove
to be
whatever.
in your hand.
Now
Don't
I'm,
explain that.
I'm sorry, Steve. Hang on a second here.
Can you do it?
I'm gonna have one color of each.
Replace one with a birth control pill.
Yeah, that'd be fun. This way, we're not taking forever doing this. So I'm gonna say blue's my favorite. I'm closing my eyes.
All right, come on.
And one at a time.
Casey, blow on his hand.
Now, do I have to eat 3 of these before I guess I can't open my eyes?
No. You can eat one and then open it and see what you have left.
I'm eating
See
one.
what you have
What does it
left.
taste like, Preston? Does it taste blue?
Tastes green.
No,
All right.
it was yellow.
Okay.
Yellow
So
tastes a lot like green.
I have 3 left. That's right. I know this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm bored.
Okay, hang on a second.
right.
All right, man. All right, I still got blue and red.
Hey!
Let's
All
see if I
right,
can
now
win
let's see if you can do
Casey's
it.
game. I gotta shake them up.
Yes, you do.
All right.
All right.
Last one.
I did it. Yay!
I won.
That's good.
It's such a dumb game, but you won. You and the blue. Now you have to take that one home, and that one gets to live forever.
Use it as a suppository.
You think I would be able to walk and do that at the same time?
Without thinking about it. That's the
thinking about
key.
Yeah, it's the human mind is
A terrible
it's an
thing to
amazing-
waste.
Oh my God! All right, let me go to some calls while I'm eating my chocolate peanut M&Ms. Mike, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
What's up, buddy?
Not much. Got a couple weird eating habits, but for candy, with the Reese's peanut butter cups, I will always eat the brim of it first, just to leave like that center sandwich.
Yeah.
And then eat
Yeah, because
that.
you get more peanut butter as a result.
Absolutely.
So
Peanut butter is the best snack ever.
Can you break that down for me a little bit more?
Yeah, so you know how there are the ridges on the outside of the
Right.
peanut butter cup?
You
And-
extract the ridge?
No. You just sort of chew the ridge first, right?
Yeah.
Delicately.
Right.
And then when you've done that, you have now reduced the chocolate to peanut butter ratio. So therefore
Substantially.
is more peanut butter
I
to
gotcha.
chocolate. And
Yeah.
therefore your next bite, which, Mike, if I'm not mistaken, should be the entire rest of the peanut butter cup, right?
That is exactly correct.
Good man.
I do the same thing with my peanut butter candy cakes, the tasty cakes. Eat all the ridges off. Then I peel.
You take the wrapping off.
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I don't want to eat the plastic. But then I remove the chocolate and peanut butter from the candy cake.
All right.
I eat the cake, okay? And then I do that to the other one, and then I make a peanut butter and chocolate sandwich.
Courtney has a very specific way of eating her Reese's peanut butter cup. Let me go to her. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it. What's up, Courtney?
So I do something kind of similar to Mike, where I bite the ribs off of the ends of the Reese's.
Yep.
But I also pull off the rest of the chocolate so that there is no chocolate with the peanut butter, and I eat the peanut butter clump afterwards.
Interesting.
I like peanut butter and chocolate together, but there's something so satisfying about getting the rest off of it.
So you for you the joy would be having a peanut butter experience sans chocolate at the end of the eating, right?
Yeah.
All right.
It's so good.
Have you guys, I don't know if you guys ever did this. I did this years ago. It was kind of a thing. My brother and I would do it. You know, ring dings, right?
Yeah, remind me what they are again.
Chocolate covered cakes, round cakes. They look like hockey pucks.
Yeah.
And in the middle,
it's like a ho-ho.
is cream, like a ho-ho,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
Put a straw in.
What?
Yeah.
And suck the...
See if you could suck the cream out. And then with a knife, see how much you got out when you cut it open.
That's gonna be great.
If there is a cavern.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I got to try. That's amazing.
They are like the ring dings, by the way. The ding dongs, the ring dings, the ho-hos.
Devil dogs.
Well, ho-hos are like yodels.
Right.
There's a third.
There's a bit of, there's
You're the
three-
ones that were like the hockey pucks. It's like
ring dings.
Ring dings
and ding dongs.
And ding dongs.
Right.
Yes.
All right. What's
And
the,
then there's docking.
So then there was
Like penis names, right?
Well, I'll tell you this.
Yeah, your ding dong.
Devil dogs were basically they did not have the chocolate on the cake, so it had the cream in the middle.
It's devil's food cake. It's a really dry cake.
Right.
These other ones, the cake is a little bit moist. And what I like to
ring
do,
dings have moist cake.
ring dings and ding dongs have to go in the freezer. Have to absolutely positively before I can even ever take
I've
my
never done
first
that.
bite.
For me, I would chill them, but I would never freeze them.
Yeah.
I've never done that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then you get to eat all around the cream, and you have the cream at the end.
On your face.
Yeah, all over your face.
I have a side question. Did anybody try Twix's Easter candy this year?
I did not.
No.
It was new to me, and there was something magical about it. I don't know if it was
made with rabbit flesh.
it was no, Steve. It was. I love a Twix.
Yes,
and
so do I.
It was an Easter egg shaped Twix.
Oh,
so the again for me, I think it's about the ratio. A lot
Larger
of the time.
cookie.
Larger cookie, but more like caramel than a standard.
All right, you had before you, Nick, a Twix and a Kit Kat.
Oh man!
Which do you go for? Because I think you and I are very aligned in this adoration.
I think probably Twix, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
You guys-
because it's got the caramel.
Yeah.
did you know that there's a salted caramel Twix now?
I did not.
It's amazing.
Ooh.
I'm a fan, and I used to absolutely rebuff. I despised. I loathe the concept of salted caramel, and now I embrace it.
Excellent. It's good. Yeah, it's wonderful. Let me go to.
Sorry, I drifted off for a minute there.
Hold on, let me go to Chris. We're talking about an interesting way that you might eat candy or any kind of food, whatever it is. But Chris, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, play it, Case.
That's the sauce tube
Hold on a second.
from Mac and Mankos. Chris, what's up, man?
How you guys doing this morning?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So first off, with the Reese's thing with Mike, I do the same exact thing, but I freeze it first.
You freeze it, and you think that makes it easier to extract that portion of the chocolate.
Yeah, but I called in because the way I eat Starburst. I put the whole Starburst in my mouth, wrapper and all, and I unwrap it with my mouth and my
Wow.
Wow.
Dude, so.
Now that I've never heard.
It's a great exercise to please your wife, too.
Yeah, imagine, absolutely.
Yeah,
If you can unwrap a Starburst, you can give good oral to your wife.
That's like
Isn't that
people
the saying?
That's like people who'll take a mouthful of sunflower seeds with the shells on them.
Yeah.
And
I do that, too.
you do that too. Okay.
Yeah, you put them in one side of your cheek. You shell it. You put the shell in the front lip, and you put the seed on the right side of your cheek. And then you spit out all the shells, and your whole right side's full of the seeds.
All right, let me ask you
Thanks,
guys
Chris.
this. We're going to go on to the savory side here for a second.
Sure.
Ravioli. Do you
What about
split the ravioli
Yeah.
in your mouth
No.
to extract the ravioli filling just to see
Whether
if
it
you
be
can do
cheese
it?
or meat or whatever,
to do
what
it
have
as,
you.
as delicately as you can. All keeping in mind this is to be able to provide better oral pleasure for your wife.
No, I've never. No.
Okay, I have.
ravioli I don't eat in a particular way. If it's very, very large ravioli, like at a restaurant, I may cut it in half or
Like a
something
smaller,
like that.
I'm talking like a Chef Boyardee,
Yeah, I never did dabble
I've
with
done
ravioli that way. Interesting.
Going back to Twix, though, I do eat Twix a little bit differently, I think. I will take a bite, and then I will...
Are you walking while you're doing this?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes. But if I really want to focus on what I'm doing, I have to sit down.
Yeah.
But I will then separate in my mouth the caramel from the cookie, eat the caramel, suck the chocolate off, suck it off.
Suck it hard.
Yes.
And all the time. So with your fingers, you're tickling the bottom of the cookie, right?
That's right. And then I will finish.
Don't forget the
cookie
bottom.
in my
Do you ever
mouth.
do a caramel string while you're doing it?
Oh my God. You get somebody else to do the other side with you too at the same time?
Yeah. Peanut butter Twix is also really good. Just want to submit that to the court. As
Case is a candy eating cuck.
You eat it. I'm just going to watch.
I'm just going to watch
Here's
you
the
eat
deal.
this
I
for a
will
bit.
eat so much candy so that if I can prolong it, maybe I will eat less, and maybe that's why
That's
I
your motivation?
do what I
So,
do.
I understand that. And so what I did is I've been very good with, the sweet stuff recently. I do like my treats, and I've been, I'm like you, Preston. I'll do my little post meals.
End of the day.
Right. So I've had a chocolate bar that I've been breaking little pieces off, and I will just put it in my mouth and let it just naturally, if I'm drinking tea or whatever with it, and let that happen. And I can stretch that out for a while. So it gives the perception I've been eating it for a long time, though you haven't.
So speaking of savory, my old roommate in college, it would take him like a half hour to eat a Slim Jim because he would savor that, because the Slim Jim is so small and you could just tear right through it in like seconds.
He would nurse it.
He would nurse it because he loved the flavor of the
Right.
Slim Jim so much. He would take a bite and he would hang on to that for like 10 minutes.
I've never been a Slim Jim. Though there are
I used to eat
types
them like crazy when I was a kid.
But
Just would
jerky,
devour them.
Yeah.
Like, what was the company that was bringing in the jerky for a while here that was
There were a couple different places.
really good?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Anthony. Hi, Anthony. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, bud?
How are you? Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, we want to hear about your weird eating thingy.
Okay, so I eat my Kit Kat. So I eat one end, one little nibble off the one end, and one nibble off the other end, so it exposes the wafers. And I hold it like a corn on the cob. And then I bite each side off as like a corn on the cob.
Okay, so when you bite the ends off, is that so that you can stick the tips of your index fingers to hold it and not get melted chocolate on your
Like
fingers?
a Chinese puzzle?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then I bite each side off, and then I do either the top or the bottom part. It doesn't matter. And I leave the middle wafer intact. And it's my little game to try to keep the middle wafer intact and get through the entire one stick of Kit Kat at each time without destroying the inside wafer.
It's
And
a little
that's
game
how
that
I
you
eat.
play. All right, I got
It
you.
is my
I
little
like
game.
it. I like that, Anthony. Speaking of corn on the cob, so there are two ways to do that. You do the typewriter,
Yes.
which is back and forth, or you do the rotating as you go across. Is there any other
there
method?
is.
I do.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I buck the system. I take a knife and I run it down and
Yeah, you can cut it off, but that's not really eating corn on the
right.
cob.
I know it's
Yeah,
it's
my
not a
daughter
classic.
likes it that
yeah,
way.
and I know that's against convention.
So if you want a perfectly eaten corn on the cob,
Right.
what you do is and I don't know if I can describe this properly, but you wedge
Get the cob
corn
drunk.
into your bottom teeth, and then you can
Scrape.
pull it out completely, so that when your corn is done, it is completely there are no kernels in there.
So you're saying you put the entire cob in your mouth,
No.
and then pull it out as your teeth rake off the
No.
No.
Nice and slow.
So like in your bottom teeth, I got
Back your throat first,
and then you
what you really have to do is you either
first you spit on your hand.
Right,
spit on your hand. Always spit, never lube.
All right.
Right, Kath?
All right.
Yeah.
What you have to do is you have to choose a side, whether it's going to be the pointy side or the
butt.
the
Sure.
butt side.
Yeah, the ass of
And
the corn.
Right.
You chew that all the way around,
Yeah.
right? And then you go, and then you got to I don't know, like twist
I'm
it.
not,
so
you're
you're
twisting.
twisting.
Shaving.
What the hell is
What
going
you're
on?
doing is shaving the corn off on your teeth.
on your teeth, but
Yeah.
you pluck it out,
That
and you can
sounds
pluck it out.
awful. That sounds like everything is getting caught
In your teeth.
in your teeth.
But it's
Right.
not, and
that's the reason I don't
It's
eat corn on the
actually
cob.
tearing your teeth out.
That's the reason you don't eat corn on the cob because
Yeah.
it gets in your
It
teeth.
gets stuck in your teeth.
I
So what
gotcha.
Casey is describing is like a nightmare to me.
I
you
wasn't
don't
sure. I wasn't sure if there was another method where people like randomly took bites out as opposed to doing a nice. You know what I mean?
As
like
a kid,
bite
I
here,
used to
bite
do-
there, bite around. Make a little checkerboard pattern or something like that.
Did you do the typewriter as a kid on corn?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way I do it to this very day.
Yeah.
So, all right, was just curious because he had mentioned eating corn
Just
on
one
the cob.
quick question, Kathy. So you don't eat popcorn as well, then? Right?
I mean, I will eat popcorn occasionally. It has to be at home, so there's dental
Like
floss
Blake
available. But corn on the cob, no. I mean, if it's already off of the, I'll eat it, but I can't eat corn on the cob.
Okay, here's a unique one. I'm not familiar with this. We're going to Barbara. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Hi there.
Hi, Barbara.
I do peanut butter cups. I melt them by putting them on top of a toaster oven so that they don't get like burnt. So you put the whole package on top of the toaster oven.
Okay.
And for a little while, let it get melty. Then you open up the package, and it's like sitting there all melty for you. And then you scoop it up with you scoop it up with your fingers, and you mush it all together. And then I eat it, licking it off my fingers.
You mush them up, and then you lick it off of your fingers.
Yes, I only do this in private.
Do you have an OnlyFans account?
All right, that was my next question. Was who is around while you're doing this? Have you ever done that? Have you ever done that in front of anyone?
No.
Thank you for sharing your secret.
One
with
time
us.
with me, and it was wonderful.
Oh, Regis,
Yeah, I love
hi.
that. Do the chocolate thing. Do it.
But now I can't do that any longer because I developed a peanut allergy about 5 years ago.
Really? You know, it shows you, though, Barbara, you bring up an interesting thing, and I do this. Do you have alternate ways of heating up things? So I have my Quest protein chocolate chip cookie that I have it after around noon in case I'm doing the intermittent fasting as well. I rest it on top of the receiver in my in the office.
Yeah, he's just
and
enough.
It warms it up
Yeah.
just right.
Hey, Barb, question. Would you ever consider doing that with any other candies?
No, I've never tried it with anything else.
Since you have an allergy to peanut butter.
It really sucks now because I really love peanuts and peanut butter, but I can't eat it. I break out in hives.
Okay.
What about like a Twix or something? Have you tried that?
Well, that's a cookie in it, though.
No, I do, but I do like the melty, chocolate melty, and that's technically the way you're supposed to eat chocolate. Like you're supposed to let it melt, like how Steve was saying, like you let it melt in your mouth. You're not supposed to chew it.
A lot of people like it cold, though.
They do. They do. I'm a
Barbara.
warmer chocolate kind of guy, though. I'll tell you where years ago I was a big fan of the Baby Ruths and actually more Milky Way in the freezer.
Yeah, that's good too. I like Snickers in the freezer. Another thing you can do with the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup that I used to do quite a bit, and it only works when the Reese's is, I guess, room temperature or maybe a little bit warmer, is if you want to save that peanut butter, you can actually push from the bottom. You push the peanut butter out through the top, and then you have so now it's a hole like a donut, and then you eat the edges, and then you save the peanut butter.
Quick question. And I think we talked about it. Maybe you as the connoisseur did, Preston. Do they actually just sell the peanut
filling?
Peanut filling?
We talked about that, and I think we did.
I think they do, don't
find
they?
that you can order that.
From the Reese's Pieces cups, they sell the peanut filling.
If they do, I need to buy that because the Reese's peanut butter is not the same.
Right.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
All right, let me see here. Yeah, I'll go to Ryan next. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Ryan?
Nutter bars.
Nutter bars.
Nutty bars.
Nutty
Nutty bars? The little Debbie?
Bars of chocolate, and they got the wafers that are separate, layered throughout the whole thing.
Right.
If you take your thumb and carefully push on the side of the first layer, you can separate it. But if you do it careful enough, it won't break, and the peanut butter will stay flush, almost like a topping on one layer of wafer. And then you eat that individually, and then continue to do it throughout the whole wafer. And instead of just shoving the whole nutty bar in your mouth and it's gone, it lasts way longer.
Yeah. I can see that there's a lot of work, but sometimes, again, we've talked about the way, it shouldn't make sense that it tastes different or that it's a little bit better since it's all still the same thing, but it does.
It's an underrated candy.
I agree.
Okay.
I didn't even, now that we pulled up these pictures, the Nutty Buddy, that's
Nutty
a good
bars,
one.
Yeah.
Little Debbie's.
Is it a candy or is it a cake?
That's a great question. Did you say that your own question was a good question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wait for someone else to observe that? I'm really asking great questions today.
This is interesting. I will go to Gene next. Hi, Gene. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Gene?
I have the perfect end of day meal, which is not only will it save you from gaining weight, but it also helps with your reflux. Okay. And what I do at the end of the day is when I get in bed, I grab 2 or 3 Tums. You have to vary your milligrams. It's a little scientific.
Tums, okay.
But while I'm watching TV or something, I will just chew off the most minuscule piece of each Tum, and it takes me just to get the flavor. So you're getting flavor, and you can. Each one can last you like 10, 15 minutes.
Wait a second. Is this our friend Gene Beretta?
Yes.
Gene, I knew only you could come up with a way to eat Tums in a slightly erotic fashion, too.
Right, but it's perfect because you're getting all the flavor of any kind of sweet, but it's nothing fatty, and it helps with reflux.
So Gene brings up a good thing as far as in the realm of and we talked about people who like with the halls. The lozenges that you eat them as candy.
Well, my son brought me. It was a revelation that I was not aware of. You guys remember with Luden's coffee?
Yes,
right.
Absolutely.
Apparently, and my son told me this, and I looked it up, and it seems to be legit that there is no medicinal quality to Luden's cough drops.
No.
At all.
It's simply a candy.
It's straight up candy.
Yeah.
You
I
can
like
look
the
that
cherry
up if you
flavor.
like. I love it.
Yeah.
I would eat it as candy. My parents are like, you're eating, that's medicine. Those
Right.
are cough drops.
Yeah.
But I think that there's no medicinal property to them
but
at all.
you could bring them into school and eat them during class and not get
Right,
in
because
trouble.
they weren't candy.
Could you OD on Tums?
I'm sure at some point it's not
Yeah.
going to be good
But
for
I
your
mean-
body. Gene, would you have any idea if you can have too many Tums?
You probably can. So I cut it. I usually take the 7.
Do you go to support group?
I usually go for the 750 milligram ones, not 1,000.
Yeah, I need these 750s. Oh, we're out of those, sir. Tums always to me was like reminded me of the candy Razzles. You remember Razzle?
Oh, yeah.
The gum
Razzles,
candy.
a gum and a candy. So, all right, I like your thinking there.
Though.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, man. Good to hear from you, Gene.
You too.
All right, wait a minute. I pulled up Luden's. It says Luden's brand cough drops are demulcents, meaning a swelling or irritation reliever and mild oral anesthetic. The active ingredient is pectin.
Oh, pectin
and
is
pectin you find in
everything
and all kinds of stuff. So that's it. That's pectin. That's all that you get as far as an active ingredient. But the original menthol and various honey flavors contain menthol, which is an oral anesthetic or irritant reliever. But the other one, the cherry one, is just pectin.
Ricola. I love the Ricola, the honey,
Ricola.
right? And that's got to be just a candy. What medicine is in Ricola? Yeah.
I think it's got, I don't know, we'd have to look it up,
Heroin?
but maybe it's got cocaine in it, yeah. All right, and we can only do one more case because we got to stay on time for concert cash. So let me go to Pat. Hey, Pat, good morning. Pat, you're on the air.
Pat was
We
on
lost
hold
Pat.
for so long.
Yeah, can't eat Skittles together, has to eat the same color at a time. I can see that. They're different
agree.
flavors.
Yeah.
So if you don't like lime and strawberry together, then you would separate those. I can clearly see that.
A
yeah.
game that you can't play by yourself, you have to play with your children, is see if you can guess what color you're eating. And obviously can't be M&Ms because they all taste the same. But when you, like the gummy worms and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They definitely have a different flavor.
Oh,
but unless you want to play with a mirror.
Speaking of that, Rochelle found out the other day, she was so excited that there's a brand of gummy bears that she absolutely loves, and they have finally started selling them in separate flavors. Like she could get all pineapple gummy bears. It was a particular brand, and I don't remember.
Is it the original, like the Hibro or whatever that?
Habro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it's Habro. I think that's it.
Do they make honey?
I don't know.
Gummy bears?
They may very well. But anyhow, they are now apparently selling them in single
Interesting.
flavors, which was she was excited about. So, all right. Well, with all this chat, and thank you for your calls, by the way. We do appreciate it. And thank you to Kyle, who got us started with the email saying the various ways that he eats very specifically certain candies. We have some friends that are here this morning. They're called Foodie Hall.
Oh, I like that.
And they're in Cherry Hill. They're on Olney Avenue. The specific location is 1931 Olney Avenue. And it is here's the deal. It's a gourmet virtual food court. Rivals the best restaurants in the U.S. So you visit foodiehall.com and they can set you up with delivery or pickup. And it's like 10 different restaurants in one location. So you can get a variety of cuisines there. So everything from, pizza to Asian cuisine to tacos to fried chicken, all kinds of stuff. And we have $50 gift cards to give away. So 215-263-WMMR will take caller number 16, and we will set you up with that now. 215-263-WMMR, $50 Foodie Hall gift certificate in Cherry Hill. Remember, it's delivery or pickup only, and you should definitely take a look, and we'll set you up. We'll be back in a moment. We have the Bizarre File on the way. We have MMR's Concert Cash. We have a Save the Date announcement to make as well, so stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What'd you win?
$500.
Yeah,
I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me. But I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh, boy.
So,
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up a coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we
Dude,
didn't get
that's
there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It
Or,
might have been
right near like Split Rock? There's another lodge.
yeah, it was
she
right
wasn't
near the
far.
lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to help. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee.
her.
Yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
she gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right, go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you.
the
I'm going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, something.
Yeah, an
she's not
adult
like a
grown woman.
teenage
Yeah.
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is. So I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And,
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion
From the explosion of the fire truck.
Fire truck, yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this
old.
owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction where a spider caught a couple flies.
So here's
Just
the
a
thing.
moment of opportunity.
I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him.
When
name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
Could have been.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No,
She yelled at me.
Did she really? Why?
What?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill, and she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I
You
got
think it was
it.
the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she
one.
wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
Oh, you were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want to
to
watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hat and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past you.
You didn't know that probably at the same. Yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Big Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Sayadala Kong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after the windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too, and it's just going to make the problem worse. So I just
See you later!
Good luck! I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its side. What could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this is on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there
This
was
is
another
across the highway.
There was another vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers
was a
were still
lot.
on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet, yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money, credit cards.
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app, new iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you. Yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
Are you a good girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she was
call her?
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. You remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's
Yeah.
the name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, she documented pictures and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie, or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Uh-huh. Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you good? Now, you said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter.
Well, I just meant
How old are you?
Up 23.
Okay.
I just meant up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right, thank you, intern Christy, with her
Yeah.
story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience is psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to
Yes,
light,
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First, I created my pillow. Now, my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
There was nothing around like a new
shirt
something.
you could wad up or something.
A shirt.
Hey, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... Go ahead.
Only one camp out for Cahunger shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, impressive. Perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh, you skipped a few words.
I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that.
Yes.
I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran endowed, not well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but you're I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. You know, like
the hunt and peck thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a hunt and peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the 2 index fingers and
fast.
fly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God. That's great.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site, delivery, or pickup for residential and commercial markets. Visit mulchthis.com. So we'll start with this one. A man was killed inside a Southern California car wash after he got out of his vehicle and was pinned against machinery.
You should not get out of your vehicle in a car wash.
The fatal accident unfolded late Friday at a self-service car wash, and that's where the unidentified man became trapped between a 2014 Scion XB and a part of the car wash machinery. The preliminary investigation indicated that the man drove into the car wash and, for an unknown reason, tried to exit his vehicle. The car lurched forward and to the left, pinning the man to a column that houses one of the large rolling brushes when it's not in use.
This is why Kathy's afraid of these things.
Yes. The accident caused an alarm to sound, drawing the attention of another customer who called police. Officers managed to pull the man out and was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Wow. Killed by a car wash. A body has been found in Indiana that may belong to the 25-year-old who police say was murdered by his roommate. Body was found not far from where suspect Sean Higgins said that he dropped the body. Now, a release by the police department said some of 25-year-old Easton Ho's roommates had called police, and apparently a female roommate said to dispatchers on 911, "My boyfriend, he sent me some text, and he is missing now." The female roommate said that Ho had disappeared under suspicious circumstances. He also failed to show up to work. Both of Ho's roommates received unusual texts around 2:45 a.m. Thursday from his number. One text read, "An old enemy found me, and I had to kill him. You will not see me." Now, there's a twist to all this. Okay?
An old enemy found me?
There's a twist to all this. So officers spent the day searching for Ho. Hours later, officers found Ho's vehicle, and after further investigation, police said evidence showed that Ho was likely the victim of foul play. Detectives continued to investigate and interview the roommates. One of the roommates, 25-year-old Sean Higgins, admitted to killing Ho. The police said Higgins took Ho's car to dump his body. He left it and then took an Uber back home. According to court documents, Higgins cut off Ho's thumb to access his cell phone.
Wow.
And it appears Higgins used the access to pose as Ho. So that text message that I read.
Yeah, so they were sending the text.
They were sending that to make it
with
seem,
his finger.
And they cut off his finger to use his thumbprint to get onto his phone.
Thank God they had the finger identification instead of the face identification.
Police said it was very brutal, and Higgins is now in Miami County Jail and facing charges of aggravated murder. Wow.
Effed up.
Days before his birthday in August 2019, an employee at a Kentucky-based laboratory asked his office manager to not arrange a celebration for his birthday. It wasn't the fear of getting older, but rather an anxiety disorder that can spur panic attacks in stressful situations. The employee, who was hired in October 2018 by Gravity Diagnostics, did not want a celebration because, quote, being the center of attention can trigger his disorder, the documents state. And when the company threw him a lunchtime party against his wishes, it triggered a panic attack, and he left abruptly to spend his break in the car. 4 days later, after his office managers confronted him about his reaction to the party, he was fired from the North Kentucky company.
He'd asked not to have it.
He eventually sued Gravity Diagnostics, and this week a jury awarded the man $450,000 in damages for the lost wages and emotional distress.
To be honest, I was completely fine, but I knew I'd win in court.
Now, Julie Brazil, the founder and chief operating officer of Gravity Diagnostics, claims that it was the other employees who were victimized. She said, "My employees de-escalated the situation to get the plaintiff out of the building as quickly as possible while removing his access to the building, alerting me and sending out security reminders to ensure that he could not access the building," which is exactly what they were supposed to do. So I don't know what kind of an attack he had.
Well, okay, so
but he asked to not
if
have
he
a
says
party.
to not have it initially, and he says he's prone to these sort of things, okay, man, well, happy birthday, we got it. That should have been enough.
As an employer who puts our employee safety first, we have zero tolerance policy.
Eat your cake!
And we stand by our decision. They're shoving his face
Eat
into
your
it.
goddamn cake! Open your presents!
And we stand by our decisions to terminate the plaintiff for his violation of our workplace violence policy, they said.
Read the card.
They apparently he was called into a meeting with two superiors who confronted and criticized him for how he reacted to the birthday party.
You're stupid.
That he didn't want. And this caused him to have another panic attack, and he was sent home from work for the next 2 days and later apologized for having the panic attack. On August 11th, he received an email stating that he was being terminated because of the events from the previous week. But he won the lawsuit.
So you're prone to panic attacks, and then they exacerbate it by sort of mocking your panic attacks.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yep. All right, let's see. All right, this one is disturbing, okay? But a pack of sled dogs belonging to an Iditarod veteran and reality TV star killed a family pet in Alaska, officials said. Yeah. Authorities in Wasilla are investigating the March 30th incident involving dogs owned by musher Jesse Holmes, who finished third in this year's Iditarod Trial sled dog race and stars in Life Below Zero, Alaska on the National Geographic Channel. Holmes, who lives in rural Alaska, was staying with his dog team at a Wasilla hotel that backs up to the adjacent homeowner's yard. He let the dogs loose to relieve themselves, and they attacked a pet dog named Lucky, who was attached to a lead in the yard. When Lucky's owner, Liza McCafferty, came outside to retrieve her 8-year-old Havanese, she saw a black dog dart from under the deck. It was part of a pack that suddenly appeared in her yard. She said the pack looked like it might attack her as well, so she retreated, and then Holmes came back down the hill to retrieve his sled dogs before returning to the home. She said he came in, was very apologetic. He was on the verge of crying. Lucky was taken to a veterinary clinic, but he couldn't make it. He said... Holmes said it was just a really terrible accident due to my negligence. There's video of the incident. It's under investigation. Holmes said he has stayed at the hotel more than a dozen times and never had a problem with letting his dogs loose to relieve themselves. He suspects 2 new dogs had ventured off toward McCaffrey's yard, and the rest of the pack followed. But
you got to keep your eye on. I mean, listen, I love them to death, but they're wild animals.
Yep. All right, and there you
birthday
go.
Party.
That is all that I have in the bizarre file for now. I'll have some nicer stories later on to end with next time.
Pretty heavy duty.
All right, so we only got a couple minutes left for you to enter the word excited, EXCITED.
Win it.
Your chance to win $500 and MMRBQ tickets, or maybe $10,000, depending on how you enter it. But the word is excited. It's MMR's Concert Cash, and that is presented by AAA Distributor. Now, with that, we have a little announcement to make.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, remember that? All right, so we're very excited. I've had a lot of emails coming in, people asking about this. Is it going to happen? If so, when is it? And I have the answer to that information right now, my friend. It is time, once again, to announce the Preston and Steve, the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. Yep, so it is going to be coming up, and here's the deal. You can save the date now. It's going to be Friday, June 24th. That's right. We're going to do it again on a Friday this year. And we are going to have 2 different locations for you to choose from. All right, so we're kind of doing things a little bit different this year. Live Casino and Hotel in Philadelphia. We did it last year there. And also the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. And we're hoping, depending on whether we can work the logistics out, maybe a live broadcast that day.
We'd love that.
From one of the locations.
To see your smiling faces as you bleed for us.
Now, you can't register. You can't get signed up for it now. We will tell you when that is enabled, but we want to let you know in advance so that you can plan your current blood donations.
Yes.
So it doesn't conflict with ours if you feel like you would like to donate it with us. So, active donors, here's what you need to do. The last day that you can donate blood and still be eligible to do so at our event is going to be Thursday, April 28th. So that's coming up.
Yes.
So that will be your last chance to donate. And then if you wouldn't mind waiting until June 24th for your donation, just to be a big part of our drive. It's one of our sources of pride here at the radio station. We love being a part of this, and having you contribute to it is so wonderful.
And just before COVID hit, we had the record breaker. It'd be nice to get back to that level, you know, now that we're coming out all this stuff, and get back to getting, it's so generous, so amazing, and we'd love for you to take a shot at doing it again with us.
Very much so. So it'll be on a Friday, once again, Friday, June 24th. It should be a pretty lengthy time span, so hopefully you can work that out and be able to be a part of it. And 2 locations, so this will make it convenient for people in different areas. So the one in at Live Casino may be a little bit more convenient and what's the word I'm looking for?
Geographically friendly?
Geographically friendly. Thank
Yes.
you, Steve. To Delaware, New Jersey.
Yes.
And, of course, you could head out to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks if that is more convenient.
We understand, yeah.
To you as well. So you'll be able to make an appointment to donate beginning on May 9th. So we're a little ways away from that. We just want to give you a heads up on, and it's from the American Red Cross and MMR, putting Philly first. So we're excited about that. But jot that date down, June 24th. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Our buddy Joe Matarese will be performing at City Winery on Saturday, and we'll chat with him when we get back. Stay there. So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch
grandson-
closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson's trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible
It
lawsuit.
defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
Yes, I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay. I'd
It rolls
rather go
off the
with
tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. That's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not. The
I
court
bet you it's like Adrian or something, and
it's a typo.
Yeah,
and they misspelled it. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we
claim
hate.
That we hate.
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
But it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous."
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even swonderful.
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during the relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
Right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available,
yeah,
sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
It's exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of.
Speaking of boner dreams,
okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never have.
that always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like teenagers.
It happens to some
Never.
people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, it's the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to
Not
dock
that
together?
kind of docking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No.
You were about
Not
to
docking.
have
You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin. Oh my God. This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read
He
it,
is
so I
just
can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares.
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah. But Neria, Neriah. Well, listen,
This is
Heaven was
Africa.
11, so
I think it's Neriah, maybe.
Neriah.
Okay,
and Soraya.
yeah, you're right.
Psoriasis.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diarrhea and
This
psoriasis.
is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son priapism.
She was married to, and her sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to
the
somebody
squirts.
else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
Just mild incontinence.
Was she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Sure. By the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
I
didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere in there. Not like full-on diapers. I
Who
could be
changed your
crapping myself.
diapers?
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're
Because
talking
they
about
have this huge, 3.5 foot safety pin.
I would love
And then I go around with this huge pacifier.
No.
Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great.
We wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my break in my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? If it like a cone
Put
head.
your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I would try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right,
Almost
come
got
on,
it.
jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh man.
No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny
man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry, we're
Casey.
Casey's got the right.
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
It's not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the
now.
front?
What's in the front? You mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the
Diaper in the
Right.
back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the
all right.
absorbent.
So,
where you,
so
it's
Nick,
where you pee and poop.
what I was wearing was
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
what I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brooke Peas or pants.
what's that?
That's how we started talking about.
Oh, yeah. So
pants.
Brooke Park Peas or Pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right. Let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single "Rats" has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know the 26-second excerpt comes comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah. That we're going to go to real quick. And I believe I have Nathan on the line. Hi, Nathan. Is this you?
Yes, it is. How are you?
Wonderful. Nathan, other than being a supremely wonderful person, what's so special about you today?
I just won $500 on WMMR.
That is because Nathan is a concert cash winner, and he got the word excited, hence the music, and sent it in. And so therefore, sir, we got some goodies for you. May I ask, how did you enter? Nathan, did you use the app, or did you text it, or the website? How'd you go about it?
I texted today.
Texted. Very good. 3 different ways for you to do that, by the way. So either way works. No big deal at all. Where are you from, Nathan?
I'm from Newark, Delaware.
Excellent, man. Longtime listener of MMR?
Oh, my whole life.
Whole life. We love it. Well, listen, not only do we have $500 for you, but you're also going to go to the MMR Barbecue. We are going to give you 2 tickets for that show as well. All right, buddy?
That's great. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Congratulations. Let's hear it for Nathan, everybody. Delaware. And by the way, speaking of the MM Barbecue, we're hoping tomorrow morning to have a special announcement about the MM Barbecue.
Do you notice we've been full of announcements pertaining to things we've done in the past that are coming back?
Yep.
That's a good thing.
We just announced the save the date for the I Bleed for Preston Steve blood drive. That's going to be Friday, June 24th. You can't sign up yet, but make sure that you save that date, the 24th, and we might have, like I said, a special announcement about the MM Barbecue.
How soon before we're announcing a dumpster pool party again?
How about that? That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Dumpster brand.
And by the way, we'll do some more giveaways in a little while with our friends at Foodie Hall who are here this morning in Cherry Hill. You can go to foodiehall.com for all information. But I must say that Detroit-style pizza is a wonderful breakfast.
It's excellent. So I had the breakfast-ish pizza, which I'm looking for, is wonderful. There's definitely quality. Crisscrust.
Crisscrust, yes. The brunch Detroit-style pizza with, and they also brought the cheese Detroit-style pizza and the crisscrust Italian hoagie as well. And they have a variety of different cuisines, and I'll tell you about that in a little bit and have a chance for you to give away, to get some goodies from them in a bit. But in the meantime, I saw a couple of stories that were worth mentioning, and now that I look at them, they kind of fall under the Just Saying Institute umbrella.
Just Saying Institute.
Yeah.
So I'm home of not having anything to say because I didn't know we were going here yet.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize that. But this has to do with some stats.
Is it the smaller satellite facility?
And figures. It might be.
Yeah.
But this is all about size. This particular study that was done all across the globe is about penis size.
Penis size. This is certainly, since time began, this has been a point of conversation at ladies' club meetings.
Online pharmacy from Mars analyzed Google data from 86 different countries to come up with their findings.
Wait a second. An online pharmacy? What is that again?
They're called From Mars.
Okay.
No, it's not an online pharmacy from Mars.
Because I would be suspect of this information.
The name of the online pharmacy.
How do we know how well hung the Martians are?
Is from Mars. They're gigantic.
Yeah.
Dude. I know you wouldn't think so because they're considered little green men.
You wait till you see what I'm packing.
But they got a third leg, apparently. Apparently, American men fall in 59th place in terms of penis length, average penis length.
What about Irish American men? Because it's probably lower.
Probably lower. I don't know. So here's how this played out.
How did that happen?
So we'll start with number 1, and this will actually blow your mind.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
France?
No.
Okay.
This will blow your mind because we know someone, and the thought of him with this is very interesting. Ecuador has the longest average penis length.
You're saying Jose?
Gentlemen, Jose, our former maintenance worker when we worked at Y100, was Ecuadorian.
So
and he's only about 3.5 feet tall.
They tend to be of slighter build. And so, but they're packing.
But not down there.
No, he's about Marissa's height. He's about 4 foot even.
That's funny.
But apparently, the data shows that men in Ecuador have the longest average penis length when how is the proper word?
Aroused.
Engorged, yes.
WMMR is the rock guys of everybody.
That's Jose. Yes.
How enormous penis.
6.93 inches is their average length.
Average?
It's average length. Now, I don't know how they went about their research, but everybody's walking around with a 7-inch long in
Why
Ecuador.
am I finding that hard to believe?
Wow. followed by Cameroon with 6.5.
Oh, so they don't need plow horses.
6.56
That's
inches.
where Joel Embiid is from, so yeah, I can see that.
Okay, all right.
That makes more sense.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Bolivia, 6.5 inches. Sudan, 6.48 inches. Haiti had 6.3 inches.
All very hot atmospheres.
Yeah.
Environmentally, excessive heat certainly helps your schlong.
So the U.S. came in 56th place.
Well, what about... All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, 59th place with the average of 5.35 inches, just below India with 5.4 inches, and just above Japan with 5.34 inches.
Did they break it down within the United States, or is it just one?
No, not within
Okay.
the U.S. No,
Okay.
Because listen, the U.S. is it's a melting pot.
Yes.
You have loads of different ethnicities, as opposed to, I would imagine, in Japan and in India, you're going to have a higher concentration of people that are more indigenous to
It's
the
not
area.
our fault. We have so many different types of people.
Yeah, it makes us with big penises seem like
all
we
of
have
us
smaller ones.
super donged individuals end up looking bad. It always is a few rotten apples.
Taiwan.
I'm not going to stand here.
Yeah, and let you badmouth
the United States of America.
Peanut sizes.
We did.
While Taiwan.
I'm not saying we didn't take liberties with some Ecuadorians. We did.
So Taiwan came in just after us. It says 85th place. I think we're 85th place with 4.24 inches. Actually, they're way behind us. And Cambodia came in last place
so small.
with 2.95 inches.
No.
The average size.
What is this?
Average.
What? Where? What?
From Mars. That's the online pharmacy.
Who had the 2 point?
That was Cambodia.
Wow, man.
And Taiwan was way down there.
Do you
too.
think if we asked Jose, he would know about the rumor of this, like the Ecuadorian men are supposed to be this way?
Yeah, he might.
He'd have an
has some-
opinion on it?
Yeah.
I'm saying, Case, you and I go to Cambodia and start porn careers.
Yeah. You guys would be so famous.
Get
there.
ready for this.
Oh, my God.
You ready?
Here we go.
What's up, ladies?
Yeah.
So I thought that was really, really
Look,
interesting.
it
Now,
goes past my testicles.
what I would like to find out is what their metrics were that they used to gather this information. Because if they're just taking what people are stating online or something like that, it's kind of hard to come to any conclusion.
That's why this information is always suspect. Now, if you had a urologist from around the world,
Yeah, that would
seem
that is absolutely logged all of this information.
Right.
By the way, I've said hard and come and log all in like one sentence there.
But you can't say them in different ways.
Yes, it's hard to come to this conclusion.
Right.
You have to log the information. That's how I said it.
Yes,
So.
it's perfect.
All right, anyway. We have the 56th largest penises.
All right, we're
in the
not in
world.
last place.
So Cambodia was last place, you said, right?
Yes.
2.5.
Yeah, Taiwan was
Okay.
2.9.
2.9.
All right, I do have some other things to mention from the Just Saying Institute, and let me get to one. I think we will. Okay, how about this? If you spend more time staring at the bodies of others than you do looking at their faces, it's not a good sign. Researchers from Edith Cowan University looked at eye gaze behavior, basically ogling.
Right.
And found that looking at people's bodies rather than their faces is linked with harmful attitudes towards sexual assault. Wow.
Well,
Jeez.
okay.
Impressive.
Yeah.
The study leader, Dr. Ross Hollert, says gazing at someone's body instead of the face is one form of sexual objectification or valuing people for their bodies over their minds or personality. This sexual objectifying gaze behavior can lead to more harmful attitudes and behaviors.
Well, that would make that seems sort of axiomatic in that someone who's just fixated on that stuff is sort of has at least the inclination to be a little bit more of a degenerate, right?
Yeah, well, and here's the deal. They specifically found that men who tended to gaze at women's bodies were more likely to assume that women invite or tolerate rough sexual conduct.
That's not good.
Well, I mean, if you do like rough sexual conduct,
then that's good.
And, both of you do.
Then if you're Ecuadorian, home run.
So Hollett adds, understanding how women and men look at each other is important for explaining and predicting social behavior, particularly those behaviors that are harmful, that have harmful consequences.
So obviously, if you're walking around the office I've seen guys be so overt.
Oh yeah,
and repulsive, really. in the way they do it. The thing you have to do is you got to slide a camera under the.
You put one on your shoe.
Yeah.
Be a
You have to be
gentleman.
discreet. Be a gentleman. Mirrors on your shoes. No, there's and I think more and more that's going away of the wolf whistling, guy.
There was a I forgot, it was a story a little while back of a woman who was making videos, might have been TikTok videos and she was getting regularly, wolf whistled at and catcalling and all that stuff. And she found that if she stopped and actually talked to the people that were doing that it got really uncomfortable. Like for them, for the people that were doing the catcalling and all that. Once you start to call them on it, in fact, in that movie, Steve, the girl who's
an exceptional young woman,
Promising young female.
Promising young female.
It's a great
you.
movie.
Promising young woman.
She gets catcalled and she would just stop. And just stare at these guys. And eventually they'd get pissed off because they were being called out on what they were doing.
If you haven't seen that movie, it is really, really good.
Yeah, it'll stick with you for a while. Absolutely. All right, something lighter. How about this? Tensing up your muscles before a nap can improve your sleep, apparently.
What?
So would like electrocute yourself?
No. Researchers from 2 universities in the U.S. found the study participants who did
I'm going to go take a nap.
Who did a guided 10-minute progressive muscle relaxation, or PMR. And Nick, if you could look up what that means exactly.
Pissing, moaning, and running.
No, progressive muscle relaxation. Had a different sleeping brain rhythm pattern compared to participants who listened to classical music before going to sleep. The lead study author said, we found that those who engaged in PMR prior to sleep showed greater right-side sleeping brain rhythm activity from the start, which we expect to see in more well-rested individuals. So in essence, PMR before the nap supported some of the restorative needs that sleep typically takes care of. This doesn't mean that one doesn't need sleep, but instead that PMR can bias the nap to be filled with more deep sleep.
Okay.
And may possibly let sleep focus its support on the other functions such as memory formation or emotional health.
This makes sense to me because I don't sleep for very long on a nightly basis. However, I exercise every day. By the time I go to bed, I am tired, and I have a sleep number bed too, which helps. But I have the uninterrupted sleep that I find is very rejuvenating. So it's sort of that way, right, Preston?
Probably because it says here in this article, progressive muscle relaxation is based upon the simple practice of tensing or tightening one muscle group at a time, followed by a relaxation phase with release of the tension.
All right, so they're actually saying before you go to bed, this is something that you would run through. But what if you've sort of gotten to that place by exercise and exertion leading up to?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when you need to do it.
Yeah, it's sort of like a kind of like compared to meditation. So it's going to help calm you down. It helps with anxiety and stress. They use it for like headache, chronic headaches, things like that.
Could you curl your huge Ecuadorian penis?
Yeah, only Ecuadorians.
Yeah.
But I bet, Kathy, using those techniques, because you're concentrating on flexing and working those muscles at that time, you're not thinking about other stuff.
Oh, that's true.
If you're thinking about like flexing your bicep or whatever, like you are concentrating on that, doing this technique, and that could lead to better sleep.
Could you, Nick, achieve the same sort of concentration or distraction by ogling your neighbor across the street?
You could do that. Yeah. You're paying attention.
Right.
I guess it's kind of like mindful meditation because one of the first things you do is you check in with your body.
Yeah.
You sit and you think about your toes.
It's true, yes.
And then the top of your feet and then your heels and then your ankles, and you slowly start working your way up your body, and you go through every bit of your body until you you're aware of your surroundings and what your body's doing.
In the predominant amount of your, Dr. Rosenberg, Dr. Rosenpenis has a meditation that he made specifically for me, and I go from the head down. Mm-hmm. Do you find that a lot of the other ones have you going from the feet up?
The only one that I did, the mindful meditation, started at the feet.
Okay.
And in fact, this particular PMR, is that what it was called?
Mm-hmm.
PMR. Here, okay, so here's how you do it.
Okay.
This is an example of how you do it. While inhaling, contract one muscle group. For example, your upper thighs.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
We need some sort of spa music.
Oh, yeah.
We do have spa music. So I'll wait till that starts in a moment.
And give your best. The world's most hilarious wedding disasters.
No, I won't give it that delivery. All right. While inhaling, contract one muscle group. For example, your upper thighs. I can give you the really smooth delivery if you want. For 5 seconds to 10 seconds. Then exhale. Suddenly release the tension in that muscle group. Give yourself 10 seconds to 20 seconds to relax. You are now relaxed. Whenever you fart, that's when you've realized you have relaxed as deeply as you can. By the way, that scene in the first Austin Powers movie when they get in the hot tub and he's like, "Oh, I'm so relaxed," and then the bubbles just pop up. All right, then you move on to the next muscle group. For example, your buttocks. Your buttocks. While releasing the tension, try to focus on the changes you feel when the muscle group is relaxed. Imagery may be helpful in conjunction with the release of the tension, such as, Jesus, dear God, such as imagining the stressful feelings are flowing out of your body as you relax each muscle group. But I wasn't aware of the tensing of the muscles first, and then relaxing them.
It's part of some yoga practices do it.
Okay.
And
it's a standard, right? I mean, a standard relaxation is the tensing and releasing.
And releasing,
right.
yeah.
Okay, all right. But apparently it will help you get a deeper sleep, which I would love because there have been times I've laid down for a nap and I'm like, it didn't cut it. Like I didn't get what I needed.
But you can
out of
nap.
that.
Yeah.
I
For
can.
inspiration. No, you can nap and do it successfully. I've never been able to master that.
So, all right, we'll try this. Maybe that'll help.
All right.
We'll have to see. All right, what else do I have here for you? Let's go with. How about this? I have several sleep studies, but this is I want to go with something different. How about this? So you can get information about nearly anything instantly using the internet, but a new study finds that Googling information or searching for information can make you more likely to forget things compared to reading it in a book.
Because you know that it's at the ready and you're not as compelled to remember it?
The phenomenon is known as digital amnesia or the Google effect. University of Cologne researchers write, when externally stored information is easily accessible and retrievable, individuals are not inclined to deeply process the details since they can easily look up the information whenever needed.
So that's sort of, I find it actually, it helps me learn more. The accessibility, where I may not pursue a question about the elevation of Everest or whatever, because I don't want to.
I find the opposite.
Yeah.
I
find this happens to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because of the accessibility, because it's so readily available, I don't learn it. I know it for a second because I've looked it up, but I don't retain it. And the same, I play the same technique to directions. If like using Google Maps, I'll get to the place where I need to go, but I won't remember it. Learning the
it's like walking,
directions.
Nick.
It's like walking and thinking at the same time.
Right. I'm with you. I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
Because of Waze, because of that amazing app, I don't know how to get to certain places that I've gone to many, many times.
And it's incredibly useful. There's a purpose for it, but I don't learn the directions. I just know how to get there faster.
I've got a pretty good idea of how to get there, but if there are several turns, I don't know how to get there.
So I guess it's weird because I operate on a I can retain, if I've gone someplace, I'll remember pretty well how to get there another time.
Well, I remember pretty well, too.
Yeah.
But, there's a couple of golf courses I go to that take lefts and rights through neighborhoods and things like that. And I'm like, oh, man, am I turning left or right here?
You wouldn't be expected to remember, something where you're left and right and constantly going in multiple directions.
But I've been there 7 or 8 times.
Would you say, on balance, that the internet has helped you learn more? Or,
yeah, I think so.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't... I think it has to do on your interest level, to be honest, on how genuinely interested
everything.
you are in anything.
I'm really going to remember how big Ecuadorian penises are.
Cambodia. Yeah. I had a job once, and I've referenced this before, but I worked for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Los Angeles, and this was in the 90s. And the way my job was to drive cars around L.A., right? And the way that I learned the streets was they have this thing in Los Angeles called the Thomas Guide.
Right.
It's a big book of maps of all of the streets all over Los Angeles. And so I had to study that book every day. If I used Waze today and had that same job, I know that I would be able to get to all the places, but I wouldn't be able to remember that.
Right.
And to this day, I know those streets in LA because I used the book to study it.
You had to work harder to
remember
hold on to the information
and to retain the knowledge.
I purposely turn off the Waze or whatever, or don't use it when, like, I had to go to Spring Mountain twice a week this winter, and last winter I did it as well. And at some point I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. You go twice a week.
Yeah.
And so I stopped looking at the GPS and just got myself there. And I was able to do it. And I recently did it this year, going to my brother's house. My brother lives like probably about 10 minutes from me, but there's a lot of turns. He lives in Bridgeport. So you're driving through the city of Bridgeport. There's lots of turns there. There's one-way streets. Like if you miss one, you got to go around the whole thing. And I'm like, okay, again, it's your brother. You should know how to get to his house.
You know what? One of the best things about Waze, or what you can use it for? Speed traps.
No kidding.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Everyone talks about
Oh
those.
yeah.
And why
It's
hasn't Peter Frampton gotten an endorsement deal with
It's
it?
real good. Why would Peter Frampton
Show me the ways.
Show me the ways.
It's good because, like, even if you know exactly where you're going, you can use it because if it knows where the bad traffic parts are.
Totally.
Yeah.
It is so accurate, Case. In some now, I don't use Waze a lot, but occasionally I have, and I've had the things like debris in road, 30 feet ahead or 30 yards ahead. And I'm like, holy crap!
I'm an active user. I report things to the app when I see them, or I concur that yes, that car is still off to the side there. Or if there's a big pothole, you can even enter those. I enter all that.
But my son
and
is
the cops ahead. Like that's like like you said, the speed traps. I use that all the time.
Yeah, my son plays rugby over here by Fairmount Park. I know exactly how to get to his field, but from where I live to where that is, there are 1,000 different ways you can go. And so I use Waze to let me know which way is the quickest way to get there.
But can you retain all those different ways to get there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's good then.
Yeah.
But you just don't know where the traffic's going to be, or the
and
road
that's
closures.
basically
and
the only way reason I use it.
All right, do I have time for another one?
No.
No. I'm so sorry. Boo. All right, we got to shut down the campus. But thank you for stopping by. We do appreciate
The satellite
that.
facility.
Yeah. As we are taking a break, I'd like to give something awesome to you. Our friends from Foodie Hall are here this morning. They brought by a lot of great food.
Excellent food.
That is what you get at Foodie Hall. It's a gourmet virtual food court of sorts. So you can get craft burgers, Detroit-style pizza, awesome Asian cuisine, mouth-watering tacos, mac and cheese bowls, Jersey fried chicken sandwiches, and more. So essentially a whole different kinds of cuisines all in one place, and it's available for pickup or delivery, and that's it, okay? You can order online at foodiehall.com. But we have a $50 gift card for caller number 14, 215-263 WMMR. We will set you up with this now, so make sure that you call now, get through, and you yourself will be able to experience Foodie Hall. So check their website out at foodiehall.com. We'll be back in just a moment. Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R-.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with rats.
What's that? That's Rocky doing the Rocky.
Exactly. Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did. Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
Dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
it's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is. Palo. But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter.
Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe there we go. If you have the clip, So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight.
Excuse me, now I gotta feed the seagulls.
What?
They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand.
You're an idiot.
I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman. Scooby-Doo.
Pleasure to meet you, Ghost Man. Can you talk some sense into this bitch?
I saw you fighting with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Kevin.
Kevin,
okay, Kevin.
Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah. Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct title.
All right, but it's gonna hurt. I have thorns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask.
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know it.
I know.
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is Pain and
Baby's Day Out in Spanish.
It's Pain and Glory.
Okay.
His production house, El Desio, announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will...
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a... What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle... It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snatch?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know,
it's not FCC violation.
it's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
SNASH. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Murder, suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just assumed that, and because they were, especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so.
Very committed to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like one of those deals like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts.
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this? Are we? Okay, just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay.
Okay.
And she would perform on him.
Okay, so this would be no underwear?
No underwear, just
Okay.
meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd use
show
her mouth.
Yeah, she would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's doing
fine.
with her
No,
mouth.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, you can. There's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something.
I guess
the mesh
maybe
shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
Right.
So
Now-
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's
so
one
it
one of two reasons. Either
Plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
You know what?
Take off the damn shorts.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
We're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh-on-flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself from marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
Yeah. And for many people, that's I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
how do you get excited about that either? You know what I mean?
He
Like,
hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's early Friday night, but ooh, meshy, go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts?
Yes.
Through
Got
the
it.
shorts.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he?
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He
It
was
can
doing a lot
happen
of laundry, I guess.
when your friend told you about this.
And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah.
No,
it's not.
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during
No,
the period.
While you knew they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94, 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
or- okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on? Still, right?
No. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They were an
people will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah,
like,
Meshies.
they shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
This guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Now, my friend
Oh, that's
wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah, he's
Like that's
going
the
to
noise
strip,
you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have
good. It's good.
to. Jerome Hammond
Thank you, Kathy.
had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh, my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So it basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his
It
recovery.
is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man. God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
Or half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the
I don't
feet.
look up.
Oh, look at it.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Guest is Remember When tour, and he's going to be at the City Winery on Saturday. And we are happy to welcome back to our studio our friend, Mr. Joe Matarese. Yes. He is here. There you go, Joe Matarese. We're playing Asia because he's wearing an Asia T-shirt today. Yes.
Is Asia your favorite supergroup of all time?
Probably not, but my first concert in Philadelphia.
Asia, really?
Yeah, the old Spectrum. I definitely saw Asia.
Wow.
It's funny that I forget I'm wearing the shirt.
Yeah.
And you said it, and then I look and you're wearing the Rush shirt.
Right.
Which is probably my second or third concert at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. But just recently I was doing a show, and I asked somebody, because I wasn't wearing the shirt, but sometimes I'll dress the stage up with a lot of 80s stuff. And I had the Asia shirt, and I said to somebody in the audience, if you can name one guy in the band, I'll give you a free download to my brand new CD.
I can name everybody in that
You
band.
can.
Yeah.
You can. I was surprised. He said he said Jeffrey Downs, and I was like, what did you see it on the back of the shirt?
Yeah.
And he's like, no. I saw him in concert recently. I was like, Asia did a concert recently?
I remember, so that was
keyboard
the
player.
first time I ever heard the term supergroup. Now, though you could make a case like Blind Faith was a supergroup, and some others, you pulling in from different things. But Asia, they made a big thing.
But guys from other bands come together for this band. But it's a massive guilty pleasure.
Were they one of the first? I mean, were they one of the first?
Well, yeah. I mean, they were marketed as that because you had Steve Howell from Yes, you had Carl Palmer from ELP, you had John Wetton, the bass player and singer. He was from some other groups like W and stuff like that, and then Jeff Downs, who I really didn't know before that, but he was in the Buggles. He was
the Buggles.
Yeah, he played the keyboard on
Video
that.
Killed the Radio Star.
Star. But yeah, they had and these guys had all played with different groups, and then they put them together. So I don't know, but they were pushing them that way.
This is in line with your show, which is doing very well.
Yeah, it's
You've
so
been
great
promoting
to
it
be
for a
out
while.
again. It's so great to be like. It's funny that I literally just feel now like back before COVID, like that feeling of I'm able to add tons of things to my material while I'm on stage.
So we were talking about we had Chris Jericho in here yesterday. He was talking about people that. People are starting to feel that, so he gets like tons of walk up now at his concerts.
Oh, really?
And so and that, I think people are like, oh wait, and like there's a big buzz over your show, and it's got to be very cool to have kind of a stasis take place for 2 years, and then see people enthusiastic to come out and see you.
And it's fun. I've always wanted to do more of a themed kind of a stand-up show. I even use that in the bio for the show. Like Christopher Titus does a lot of these theme shows. Colin Quinn does a lot of political themed shows, and people don't realize it at first. It's still stand up.
Yeah,
it's not. It's just mine's multimedia. I mean, it's a lot of pictures and a lot of music.
That's awesome.
Well, the Remember the When tour. The logo is like the old Van Halen logo. I love that.
Yeah,
that's really cool. So is a lot of music going to be involved?
There's a lot of
bands
and
stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I brought like a little set list. I'm like, what would they want me to talk about from the '80s show? That is, I mean, music wise. Well, a lot of the show is because I have kids that are 14 and 10 and comparing it to them and like how annoyed I am with their stuff when they complain compared to what we had. There's just a ton of that. But when it comes to music, I say our bad music is even better than their good music.
Well, let me ask you this.
Right? Don't you agree?
I think every generation probably thinks we got the coolest music. But we're always, so we're always up on new stuff that's coming out. And I can kind of see on your point, and I've probably said the same thing in some form or another. But what I do find is that there's a lot of like young kids or younger teenagers that are embracing the bands that we all dug.
My son still does it. Even though he loves these terrible auto-tuned rap songs. They're not even really rapping. It's like, why do they have to put that effect on the rap? I don't understand.
Right.
But he likes some Rush. I used to force him to concerts when I was a kid. Did you ever do that as a dad? You just bring him. My son fell asleep at AC/DC. Wow. Yeah, I was like, how? Like Angus Young is running up, just like bouncing around to that runway. He has his own. I'm like, I had never seen AC/DC in concert, and it was like on my bucket list of things. Because these bands, you think they're going to live forever, and they start dying. Yeah, and you got to go see them. And I couldn't believe it. To see a guitar player be the front man is amazing. Like he's the guy with the runway, and the singer's in the back. They're like, no, get out. And I saw it when with the Guns N' Roses. When
Axl was lead singer. Yeah.
That's cool, and he apparently did a good job. But none of these guys, though, we talk about this a lot, ever seem to force the music, like you're gonna listen to this, like they right, for the most part, you guys. I mean,
with our kids.
Well, when you have kids, you do it a lot. I do it with comedy too. And my son said this to me the other day. He goes, "You know, you're like 0 for 20 on comedians. You showed me. He won't laugh at anyone that's a classic.
Who has he not liked?
Nothing. Everybody. Brian Regan. Nothing.
What?
I'm like, Richard Pryor. He just doesn't even giggle. He'll like Chappelle. Like he likes Chappelle, but other than that, I mean, his comedy stylings are like not Enrique Iglesias.
I know who you're talking about.
What's his name?
The big dude.
Gabriel Iglesias.
Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah, he'll love Gabriel Iglesias. Kevin Hart, he loves.
Okay.
Kevin Hart, I think, is one of those comedians that crosses over to the young and the old.
But, the movies help.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy. Like my daughter's only 10, and like she loves Saturday Night Live and loves watching when Eddie Murphy was on again,
Right.
she was dying at all the new Eddie Murphy stuff. She loves that. But like one thing I talk about with the music is with our bad music being better is that we had to go through tolls, right, when we grew up. Like we didn't have Easy Pass. Right. We couldn't just have bad music on and just run through the toll and not worry. And then I talk about how insecure I was that I would lower or shut off, and I liked cheesy, like slow music.
Right, yeah.
And one band I bring up on stage is England Dan and John
Ford Coley. Yes.
And I go, what a name. Do you think they ever like hooked up with girls? Like, hi, I'm England Dan. Did you meet my friend John Ford Coley? Like, ugh, get out of here.
I'd really love to see you tonight.
Yeah, and I'm amazed that everyone in the audience knows all the words when those songs come on.
Because when in that environment, when years and years ago, when FM was sort of like the was like, oh, okay, that's for the potheads. AM was playing a lot of the music, and so you'd hear this stuff so often,
right?
That regardless, it became an earworm before you knew it was an earworm.
And there were a lot of bands and just solo singers back then, that had a style of cheesy, like Christopher Cross, like Run Like the Wind is a great one. Yeah. I always used to play that on stage and goes, that sounds like a song that a bad musician or bad magician in Vegas would just be doing. You know those comedians that do bad magic on purpose?
Right.
They like show you the trick. Like that's what that freaking Run Like the Wind and Michael McDonald for one line in the song. Like
do you remember when they Christopher Cross?
They could only afford him for one line. Just that's all you. Just give us what's this line in?
Wait, what song?
In Ride Like the Wind. Yeah.
Michael McDonald's on that song.
Well, yeah, his one line.
Oh, I don't know. I would have to. I'd have to go back and listen.
It's the best
to that.
part of the whole song.
Wind. I think he's Ride Like the Wind, right?
No, it's oh God, I can't believe I can't think of it
You
because I
brought it
stopped
up.
doing the bit. I pulled this part out of my show about a year ago because it was certain things are so obscure that you think everybody's going to know
No,
it.
Michael McDonald did the same. He worked with Steely Dan a lot. He did a lot of like Boz Skaggs and all that stuff. So he was always the guy in the back.
Yeah. All I think is, I can't believe Casey's not able to pull up.
I
You
don't
can't find
have it. I can't find it.
I'm sure Marissa's looking for it right now. It'll be a minute.
Do you remember the Christopher Cross thing that occurred though?
Well, there was that other song, Keep Forgetting, which I didn't realize till I was like 40 that he was saying Keep Forgetting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought it was, that's all I thought it was.
He was huge. Yeah. I love this stuff. All right, we're looking at the lyrics.
Yeah, those are the lyrics, but and I've got such a long way to
then he
go.
goes,
Such a long way to go.
Take it to the border of Mexico.
But he only does such a long way to go. That's it.
Yeah.
He did the echoing of that.
And then he
line.
goes home.
And that's it. He just cashes
where's my check?
Yeah,
Well,
got out of there.
The other thing, that's what's also fun about being out there doing live shows again. And this show was only 2 shows old, and then the pandemic hit. I did it twice, and then boom, pandemic. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to bring it back. And you slowly figure out what sections people like. Like you're like, do they want to talk about 80s movies? Do they want to talk about 80s TV? Do they want to talk about 80s commercials? And you start to the clothing is like.
Yeah.
Is probably the biggest hit, and actually talking about how we did a lot of mean things. Like picking the best bit that I do now is about how we would pick teams.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
And we didn't care whose feelings we hurt. It was like the 2 most athletic kids, and I go, they were only the most athletic because they were 2 years older. They failed a couple times, right? And they had mustaches, and they're just picking like Tony and Steve and Petey. And then I go, then there was this slew of losers that were left that didn't get picked, and
It was the worst.
Yeah, and they called them by their ailments. They didn't have names. They'd be like, you get asthma, and and he's like, no, I had asthma the last time, and then I get to eye patch, which is I show a picture of me. I was one of those eye patch kids.
Okay.
They don't do that anymore. I go. That was so your bad eye was supposed to like get better.
Right,
And I go, it's not a race. Like it's my vision.
So would they cover up your good eye so your bad eye got better?
Yeah, that's what they did. I had the patch.
They never entertained the notion that it was just making your good eye bad.
Yeah, and then the last one that they laugh at the most, and it's the meanest. Yeah. I show a picture of that big shoe and the little shoe. Do you remember when kids used to have one longer leg?
Right.
I think evolution made it go away. It doesn't.
Right.
But back when we grew up, they give them a Doc Martin, this huge fat shoe, and this little Chuck Taylor. And then just let them try to figure it out. You know?
Oh, it was.
Man, I remember the days of splitting up of picking teams, and I remember on a couple occasions here we go again, because I was in that lower tier. I wasn't the last one, which is always a death sentence, but I was not in the upper tier of people getting chosen. And it's like, all right, here
do
we
they
go.
still do, Preston? Do they still do shirts and skins?
No,
there's no way. I forgot about. Oh, I got to bring
Shirts
that
and
back.
skins.
Show.
I knew kids who were terrified.
We're right now watching Stranger Things season 4 is coming out. If you want to trip down the 80s, man, watch
really?
Stranger
I haven't
Things.
watched it.
Oh my God, you will love it, Joe. It's all about the 80s. And in the second season, they're playing basketball in shirts and skins.
Yeah.
And of course, one of the characters they have is just totally ripped up with his shirt off. But yeah, that's a show. If you want to peruse the 80s, you will feel right at home watching that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, what made me come up with the comedy version of it is how many of these, tribute bands are selling out venues with no social media following. I'm like, what the heck? And then I went, let's do tribute comedy a little bit. Like, I think people like all that. It makes you feel young again, is what's it really does. When you hear it.
You're right in the pocket, because with the Goldbergs and Stranger Things and all these shows that are hitting, this is a time for real nostalgic awareness by a lot of people. Plus, you're a very funny guy, so you can bring that to the observations.
That's still the part I struggle with. What's funnier, looking at it on a screen, having me talk about it, seeing the picture of the item, or the actual item being there? I'm like, do I make the investment? Because you can. I've been trying to buy this stuff on eBay. I can't believe how much Cavaricci's cost.
Really?
They're $400 or $500 a pair.
Shut up.
I swear to God, if you have Cavaricci's laying around in a plastic bin in your garage, they're $400 a pair.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Yeah. And you can't find. I'm like, what did we all have? We had tiny. Everything's a 27 waist. I'm like, who's got that?
I like the idea of the things up on the screen. I think for the most part that works. But if you can get 1 or 2 or 3 things, like if you can get like a speak and spell that actually works, or things like that, people would love that.
I'm glad you said that, because that's something at the City Wineries is the first time we're doing it. I'm asking people to either dress up in 80s clothes, or bring an item that you have that still works from the 80s, and you can bring it on stage, and I'll talk about it. Because a lot of people have Pongs at home. A lot of people have those handheld football games.
Yeah, I somewhere
football.
have one that still works. It's a Battlestar Galactica handheld game.
Oh, I never saw that one.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite games, but it was along the lines of a ColecoVision or Mattel football game. It was something like that.
And by the way, those games like the Activision, all that stuff were the best.
Yeah.
I dropped mine in the toilet, that football one, Mattel Electronics. It never worked again. You thought the iPhone freezes up fast. Drop.
Joe, with your ties to the area, growing up here and everything, with the show this weekend, are there any exclusive Philly type of things of that era that you're going to bring up, memories and things between now and then?
Now you're making me think I should bring them all back in.
What about the chains?
I mean,
we
the
talked
roller
about this.
skating from in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Like, wherever I go, I usually try to specify it. Like, I'll go, what was the name of your rink in that area? What's the crappy town that? Because like, there's a part in my roller skating bit, where I go, the couples only ladies' choice is when the good looking girls went to the bathroom and the mutants came out. Right? And it works the best if I can say a specific town. Like in South Jersey, you would say the girls from Belmar. I would show different ones: Belmar, Mount Holly, Runnymede.
It's great though. It's great to specify. People love that.
I really would love to do. I don't know. I don't want to steal Joe Conklin's like thunder, but I would love to do like a full sports one year. Like just try it. Maybe, the full Remember When, because the first Remember When had the 80s. When they won the World Series in 1980, I had the video and I showed it on the screen, and they're shooting like fireworks off in the vet, and I'm like, they would never do that now. And then I do Harry Kalas if he would have been allowed to announce it back then because they weren't allowed to have local broadcasters on TV.
Just national, yeah.
So, and I go, he was probably boozed up and he would have lost his mind. And I do like a drunken, dirty Harry Callis doing the.
I say do the more generic because when I talk to Joe about, we'll chat occasionally when I see him, and he says like that's the stuff he does is he can only do it here. Like you can't take can take out I appreciate the 80s on the road anywhere.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, if I was like being really honest, if this was my like A&E biography or 60 Minutes interview, we usually do like a 10-minute interview. But to be honest, my goal for the whole show is to do a residency of it in Atlantic City where it has a lot of local and a lot of people from Philly and South Jersey are coming to it. Like I've been trying to, how do I rent a space in a casino, because you'll get the tourists and then you'll also get that Philly, South Jersey thing. And that's
be the Jeff Dunham of the AC.
What's his name too? Carrot Top is someone comes to your mind. He's been in Vegas for like 10 years straight.
Yeah.
And just having those props, like I never thought of myself as a prop comedian, but I love the idea of having the 80s set where it's like my bedroom from the 80s on one side and my son's bedroom from 2022 on the other side.
I love it.
With the LED. I don't know if your kids have the LED. My son looks like he's having a Prince tribute concert in his bedroom. It's all purple in his room. Oh my God.
Does he ever turn them off? Because my son does not.
No, that's right. They never.
Whenever I come home, I'm like, oh, there's. My son's name is Seamus. I go, oh, Club Seamus is open.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
You don't need to.
Right.
They never get hot. They take hardly any electricity whatsoever. Those LED lights.
Why, they come with the remote, but you can never find that remote.
Right.
You're right. You got to
By the way,
unplug them.
One remote works for all of them.
Really?
Yeah. They absolutely. I have tons of lights, and one remote. If it's the same type of light, the same remote will work.
Do your kids have the dual monitors that they're playing the video games on?
Not dual, no.
I don't have kids, but I have a super wide monitor that I love.
My son actually said that he wanted a higher resolution monitor. He goes, they have 8K now, and I almost
show me the game you're playing on 8K.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I played Pong on a black and white. Like, really? I go, no 4K, no 8K, no K, like zero K.
My son tried that, and I was like, absolutely not. I don't even know what you're talking about. So we're not getting multiple curved screens. That's not happening right now.
See, that's something I post a lot is, am I a bad parent? I think I am now that you guys say that. I just get him what he asked for because I think it's going to I regret it. I want to throw that thing out the window.
You're still paying for that AC/DC concert, right?
Yeah. He's quit everything else in his life, but video games has maintained through.
It gives me joy to be like, when he goes, can I play video games? Nope. Not today.
That gives you joy to say that?
Because it makes me so enraged when he spends hours and hours on the games. I feel like I am my mother. I remember my mom hiding my brother's controllers to their video game systems. Like that's how she would get them to go outside and not play. And now, but like they hang out on the games.
That is their social.
And when you see how good the games are, you go, well, yeah, I'd be doing this too. Look at this thing; it's incredible. Did you ever put those virtual reality goggles on and play golf?
Yeah. The Oculus.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's amazing.
We have that too.
Or porn?
Haven't done the VR porn.
I haven't either, but my brother told me you don't need to.
Wait, you can do that?
You can't even. Yeah. He goes, you don't even need to use your hands. Because that's how good it is.
Wow. That's amazing.
I just killed him if his wife heard that. It's his son's virtual reality goggles.
Oh my
So
God.
he's probably going to be skipping the show, right?
God.
They should make those waterproof. You bring them right in the shower.
Oh my God. If you're just tuning in, it's Joe Matarese is here. He's going to be at City Winery on Saturday, and tickets are available at joematarese.com. And yeah, it's called Remember When. That's kind of the theme that you're going with.
Have you so I like the idea of listen, I love all the stuff you're talking about. The residency would be great. Would at this point, since you're building the show, you wouldn't want to burn it up in a special, right? I mean,
no, I want to film it.
You want to film it? Okay, yeah.
I put so much of it. We're at a new time, man.
Right, yeah.
I put so much of it on my Instagram and TikTok page.
Yeah,
they're all over it, But I don't have a special shot that I'm pulling the clips from.
Okay,
and I do notice the clips that are from a special are the ones that blow up the best.
They tend to,
media.
yeah.
I've done 2 specials, but. You know what's hard is I don't know if I won't be able to play the music in the special. I don't own the rights.
Right.
I don't know how it works if you had I had a cover band. I tried one show once with a live band. And I thought this is going to be awesome. And it wasn't. It's kind of sucked.
Is it hard to coordinate?
Yeah, it was really hard to coordinate, even though we were rehearsing like crazy. And it was also, what was hard was, I should have listened. I got that one friend. I call him my Larry David. Like he always has amazing ideas, and he's always right. And he goes, dude, when you want to remember, you don't want to hear the covered version. You want to hear the real version of the song. You want to see the real. You don't want to see you make a fake Mattel Electron. You want to see a real game.
The real one. No, you're right. You're right.
I don't know.
Well, here's the deal. Like when we play music, so we're streaming on YouTube. They'll drop the music, or it screws up everything, because we.
Oh, when you put your radio show on YouTube,
right?
Yeah, and when you want to hear the real thing, you want to hear this.
The 80s used to hold the
That's
one
right.
earphone.
Yeah, one earphone. Yep.
I love Michael McDonald, man. I love that whole the Doobie Brothers time.
You just made me think of something really quick. Is my I saw my niece on Easter, and she's like 18, and she loves all the old music.
Yeah.
Shout out to Casey. If she ever hears this, she'll get so excited if she heard her name. She loves all the old music, and I have a lot of the old albums. And she's like kept begging me, like, take pictures of them, and I'll tell you which ones I want. And she just wanted them.
Who's she into? Who's obscure?
Well,
from
this is what was ridiculous to me, and I had to be this once again. I said I was a bad parent earlier. I think I was a bad uncle here. She wanted me to bring Michael Jackson's Thriller album, right? And I'm like, it's like asking for Babe Ruth's rookie card. Like, you're not getting Thriller. Like, I had to lie and say I couldn't find it. I was like, I can't find it. I'm like, here's Frankie Avalon's greatest hits. You can have that. Probably the best one. I gave her Whitney Houston's first album.
Oh, wow.
I gave her that. Okay. I gave her a whole bunch of Billy Idol. I don't really like him.
You know what's funny is Henry Rollins talks. Wasn't he the one that said he brought all his records? I'm getting rid of this crap.
Yeah, he went and sold it at a pawn shop or whatever, and then like 2 years later, he went and bought it all back because he got over the embarrassment of it. He would sell the stuff because he was embarrassed of it at the time and go, I don't like.
Well,
those
you
guys
miss
anymore.
it. Even when you pull one of those old records out and you can smell your old bedroom. It's just awesome.
Yeah, I
have
love
a lot
idea.
of I love the Ozzies, all those Ozzy albums. I remember. I don't think I don't have any like Blizzard of Oz and all that. I don't have Ozzy anymore.
What was the band? Because I remember clearly when Alice Cooper was like the parents and everything. Don't go anywhere near that music. Don't. Alice Cooper was completely verboten. You don't go anywhere near that devil worshiper. And that was the big
thing.
That was the big thing.
Well, if you remember when we grew up, and you just brought something up, is the record spinning backwards and hearing satanic messages. I had the Ozzy Picture album. Remember when they would do like they would somehow
on the vinyl,
screen a picture. And I forget what it might have been the Blizzard of Oz album. I don't think it was
that upside down cross,
or it was Diary of a maybe. But there was a picture of Ozzy, and his mouth is like like that, and the hole for the 33 was in his mouth. And I remember spinning it backwards in my room. And I had a friend Alex who lived in our neighborhood, and he used to scare me on purpose. Yeah, he would just scare the heck out of me. I remember him. I'm spinning it backwards, and he just looks up like a devil just popped up behind me, and I was like, I was like, I'm never. You spin Ozzy backwards. Do
you remember the Sandler movie Little Nicky? It turns out that all the real satanic messages I think were in Chicago albums. If you spin them backwards,
well,
like the most benign music in the world.
Wasn't it? Was it which one was Here's to My Sweet Satan when you spun it backwards?
Oh, My Sweet Satan. I think it was Stairway to Heaven. Yeah.
When it really was.
It was over the line when
That's
he
all
says,
we needed.
When I look to the west, and then you play that backwards.
My Sweet Satan.
My Sweet Satan. Yeah, whatever.
My Sweet Satan.
But Ozzy was the scary guy for sure growing up, as far as like flirting with satanic.
Oh my God!
He bit the bats' heads and stuff.
Yeah.
There it is. That's the album I had. Yeah. Oh my God.
That's Diary of a Madman. Yeah. That was when Ozzy went big hair Ozzy for a while, which was not a good look for him.
I remember I used to tour with Artie Lang from Howard Stern, and he always made fun of that song, Mr. Crowley. He used to always make fun of that. That was like the most devilish, awful song. Why was that a hit?
Yeah. That's cool, man. So you said this is like third or fourth time you're performing the show?
Oh, no, way more than that.
Okay. All right. So, yeah.
It's also gotten popular at, like, country clubs. Like, it's perfect. You know what's great about doing it at a country club? First of all, I have like a production guy who like pimps it out. So we do like a 80s dance party before the show. Then I do my show. Then it becomes an 80s dance party after the show too. Everybody, when you go to like a country club, they all know each other. So they have no problem with dressing like idiots. They love it. Right? Yeah. And it's so much fun.
Look, have you done any of the country clubs around here?
No, I haven't. I do a lot of them in New York where I live, but I'm doing I'm doing some theaters in the Jersey. This is going to be the first time I bring it to the Jersey Shore.
Well, and the theater stuff works really well. I mean, it sounds like a perfect place for this.
Yeah, I mean, City Winery is in a true theater.
Yeah.
It has tables and there's waitress service. I like doing it in the true theater.
Right.
Because I always wonder when I do it in these kind of venues if I should have an opening act or not. I don't have an opening act this time. In a theater, it feels right without an opening act. But when there's waitresses and everybody's drinking, I'm like, should I just
to get your attention?
Yeah, because I have like a 3 to 5 minute montage of all this 80s stuff that shows on the screen.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, is Yellow playing? Remember that song?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
And it's just like favorite, like what was your first car? And I show all these cars. The Gremlin, the AMC Pacer was like the can you say cock blocker on the radio?
No.
Drop
Really,
that.
but that's all right.
I can't say that one.
Get out of
Hey,
here.
do you, obviously you talked about, music and sports and fashion and stuff like that. Do you get into like what dating was like back in the day or relationships or any of that stuff? Or
Well, it's funny you say that too, because like I talk about how, just getting a girl's number was like, you could have an orgasm just looking at it. That's all you needed. You pull it out of the wallet, and you're like, and I go, if there's a number smeared, you're done. You're like, the girl's gone. You can't Google. There's no stalking on the internet.
What
to
was the
find
Joe
her.
Matarese method of the delay? Would you call back the next day? Would you wait 2 days?
Well, it's funny that I show a picture of Damone on the screen during the show because I love Damone, right?
And he's kind of an extension of you anyway.
Yes, he really is. Yeah. And I say I didn't have a Damone, but my friend had an older brother, and I show a picture of my friend he's wearing Jordache jeans with no shirt, right? And I called it Italian air conditioning, right? He's got the hairy chest with all the gold chains, and he had a Corvette in high school, and he literally he had a full-time night job in high school and missed 77 days of school senior year. And I go, if you did that now, the parents are going to jail. Like, you're doing time. And I show a picture of that woman who was the woman from, who was the show with Bob Saget?
Oh,
Full House.
Full House. Oh, you're talking about
she got in trouble for paying
Lori
money to get
Loughlin.
her. And I show a picture of her behind bars. Yeah.
You know what memory stands out clearly if we're talking about all this stuff, and I'm just reminiscing in my own mind a bit, was I had a red Velcro wallet, okay? And it had a clear indication that I had a rubber in my wallet, that I had a condom.
Yes, it
you had the
showed
circle, that imprint, and you could see clearly.
The same
because it
one.
never got used.
It never got
all
used.
dried out.
It sat
dried
there.
out condom.
It made this clear round impression.
I
in
could
the wallet.
definitely, if you still had that, I would say take a picture of that. That's in the show immediately. I want people to send pictures to me too, so I can incorporate. This is what this guy looked like in the 80s. I show a lot of I had a permed mullet.
A permed mullet?
Not just
I have one too.
Not permed, just permed the back.
Just permed the
I remember those. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's because my mom, she would kill me if she heard me say this on the radio, but this is true. Because my mom was a hairdresser, but she wasn't that real hairdresser. She was that mom that had the hairdressing chair in the basement.
I got
And she was given like these little bootleg haircuts and perms.
Yeah.
And this is true still to this day. She goes, don't talk about that in your comedy. It can get me in trouble, she says. I go, yeah, Mom, that's the cop's number one priority.
Somewhere there's a grizzled old investigator goes, oh my God, I heard it.
That's great.
I've been on the trail.
Illegal perms from 81 to 85. You're nailed, lady.
So that's Preston up on the screen here. A picture from
Is that
the image.
That's me.
Were you in a band?
Yeah, I was.
Oh,
that was probably 1987.
Dude, you look
88?
way better than I did in the 80s. That makes sense.
That was by the time, that was more like 88. That was by the time like Poison and so on hit, you know.
Were you in a hair band?
Yeah.
Were you, what I
I'm a
almost said
drummer.
what position? I'm so
What
used to
position do
watching
you
my
play?
son's baseball games. What position?
No, I'm a drummer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I play guitar.
Okay.
I pathetically joined one of those School of Rocks. They have dad bands. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, my daughter was in School of Rock, and I go, you should have one for dads that used to play in high school. She goes, we do. I'm like, I'm in.
Oh, that's funny.
And we were playing 3 songs.
A lot of Asia.
Trying to think what songs we learned. Hard to Handle.
Okay.
By
Black Crowes.
Black Crowes over and over. I felt so cool that I could do.
Hey, Joe, one of the things you have, and you posted, this is a few days ago in preparation for this, is you posted a picture of Drakkar.
Yes.
Of the cologne.
I have it. I bought it for the show. Yeah.
We recently had a smell test. They brought in, Kathy knew this place so you could get all these older colognes. And we brought in Drakkar, Gray Flannel.
I have the list.
Okay, yeah. And we did a sniff test. See if we could identify. No, if we could blindly smell them and identify what they were.
You could identify them by the smell?
Not her. We did.
You could?
Yeah.
Stetson by Cody, Drakkar Noir, Royal Copenhagen, Old Spice, Gray Flannel, Aqua de Selva, English Leather, Brute, Jovan Musk, and Jupe.
Yeah.
The one I wore is not. I remember Jupe. Jupe was pretty good. You didn't like that? That was bad?
No, Jupe was the one that was the only one I think I liked out of all of those.
Yeah, Jupe was good.
Gray Flannel was mine. And I took that home and I still wear it.
I did Drakkar
It's
Noir.
excellent.
Gray Flannel probably smells good. That probably is still out there. You can buy, right?
And Polo.
I did look it up and you can find it. Yeah,
Polo is green.
Polo was terrible.
Yeah.
We wore this stuff called Koros that was, oh my, all the Guidos wore Koros. I had a friend who used to pour it in his underwear. I swear to God. Before he went out, he would go, you never know, Joe, you never know. And he would just shoot it down there and rub it in like it was oil or something. Weird.
You never know. Yeah.
Lagerfeld was one that I wore for a while, too.
You got me thinking. Zorro. That was another one. All the we used to hang around those Italian guys from Passionk. They didn't say Passionk. It's Passionk. Passionk. Dude, they had there was a Guido clothing store in the 80s called Today's Styles on Passionk. And when you were from South Jersey and you were making the drive in, oh my God, I can remember it.
So when you were prepping for a night out on a Saturday night or Friday, were you getting done up or were you?
Oh yeah, a lot of showers at 11:30 at night.
Right.
You just it was a bit I got rid of. I got to bring that back. How if I'm taking a shower at 54 years old at 11:30 at night, something horrific had to happen. I either had massive diarrhea or I murdered somebody.
It's not prepping for potential sex. It's you've taken a massive dump.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Oh
yeah, you had to do that too, right?
Oh my God!
What club? Do you remember the clubs you went to?
Well, I was less a clubby kind of guy, but like here. Pulsations was one of them. There were places up in New York. There was a place called Long Island 007.
Right.
There was a Malibu, which was a dance club and became one of the first places that U2 played when they came to the United States.
You were cooler than I was.
Yeah.
You did the rock version.
I did the more rock stuff than the.
Were you in a band too?
No. I did stand up for a while, but that was a whole different thing.
Did you have long hair?
For like about half a year, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I let it grow, and then that was it. Yeah. Well, the shaved head has been pretty much my thing for a long time.
Well, who grew up in South Jersey or Philly on the show?
These guys did. The rest of them.
Yeah.
Me and
So,
Steve were not.
do you guys remember when they used to shut the dance clubs down and make them teen dances?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
So Pulsations used to do that, right?
Sundays
teen dance.
Yeah.
Well, the big one was Enchante.
Yeah.
In Cherry Hill. Like, there's videos on YouTube of Charles Barkley talking about, I can't do Charles Barkley's voice, but he's like talking about Enchante, and it's hilarious to me. Because that had a rock night, it had another night, then there was a dress-up night. I used to tell a story of going. There was a place, PT's in Philly, that was just strictly dress up, and I went late, and all my friends are in there, and I'm in line, and the bouncers, and I can hear them pump up I swear to God, pump up the volumes, just going, pump up the volume, dance, and the bass is just shaking the streets. Mars, AIDS, women, right? And I have my Cavariccis on, and I had this V-neck sweater. It's black with gold fleck all over it. Like, it looked like someone spilled Goldschlager on my sweater. And I still remember this. I had hickeys on my neck, like 3 hickeys. Like I wore them like it was like an Olympic gold medal or something. And I get up to the bouncer, and he goes, "I can't let you in. It's a dress-up night. No V-necks." That's what he says.
No V-necks.
I go, "What?" I go, "This is a nice V-neck. Look at this thing, right?" And he goes, No, sorry, no V-necks." And I couldn't believe. I literally walked away like so sad, and then it hit me. I went, I took it off, and I turned it backwards.
Good call.
God, and then I hung the permed mullet over the V in the back, and just was like, and then I acted extra Italian the whole night, just like
your head back.
Because that was another popular thing. You probably know from being in a band. A lot of the band guys did it. They would pull the collar of the shirt low in the back for some reason. That was like an '80s thing. And like the hair.
I don't remember that. Okay.
I remember these silky dress shirts.
Yeah.
That were like not like a Tony Soprano silk, like they were short in the front and they had like long tails almost in the back. And he would pull. My friends used to pull the collars back and hang their mullet over the little opening.
My God.
You didn't want your mullet tucked into your shirt.
Chess King. You had to go to Chess King.
Chess King.
I remember that.
That's where you get Le Tigre.
We had a Chess King outlet in Cherry Hill. Holy cow, is that pathetic? Wow. Across from Clover, everybody listening.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, the show is when you want to get it all. It's on Saturday at City Winery. 8:30 is when the show is. And Joe's all set for you, man. You can go to joematteries.com or you can go to the City Winery website and get those tickets. But from what I understand, your shows are selling out.
Yeah,
dude.
man.
People got to get these tickets now.
It's really good. Congratulations.
Yep, excellent. Dude, it's always good to see you.
That was fun.
Thanks for coming by, man. Joe Matteries, guys, on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Your chance to win $500 MMRBQ tickets on the way next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
God. But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little.
Well, it's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, her as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours, and now you're a family man yourself. But her ability to write females that, and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better. We've gotten better, though.
So we hadn't seen her
talent. Yes.
And I suppose, Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well because you come from Hollywood royalty and people.
Because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because of your family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so? You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I mean, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yeah. I'll give you...
Trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G-spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. I learned stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G-spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another...
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the...
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes. Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up, Nick.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So, it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot. And let me see. It doesn't. Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
What's his name? Ernst.
I guess him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right, anyhow. We
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right,
thank
high
you.
five, brother. Right
High five.
Did you say high five?
What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said hey five.
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey five, everybody.
Hey five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow, what it actually, I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey five.
Oh, hey five.
Yeah, hey
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay. All right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But then
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
What
do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay.
What is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight.
Mm-hmm. And Pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
One taillight.
That's backhand.
totally
Is that
different.
a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
a thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first,
Yeah.
so I finally get to do it.
I
to
was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
Need to do what you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes. You know, it's funny, though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go, you know.
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead, and after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan. And there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up. And this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players.
Oh, okay.
And they each come out. And then there's one guy standing near the basket. And he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy. And it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special?
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
It's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually,
yeah.
it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
as white
black,
as
the
us.
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
Oh, man.
snap. All right. You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
I think we just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy Bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth billy bass performances,
Well, I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on his whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
when Timmerman responded that Billy Bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
That Billy Bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait. Where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on accident.
He was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you know what?
So we got a couple minutes before we are going to give you the keyword to win some money. So, I can do a couple shout-outs real quick.
Yeah.
Here. Got this one. I was supposed to do this one a few days ago, but it says, hey, help me. Oh, this was sent to Kathy. Help me, Kathy. I would like to send a shout-out to my daughter, Jen Donatucci, for her 40th birthday on April 14th. We've been a loyal listener for 25 years, ever since Jen made me listen. Jen is a wonderful mother, daughter, sister, and friend. And she's got 2 beautiful kids, an amazing husband. She is a hairstylist and lives in Abington, and she's a very involved mom. Volunteers at the kids' school, and so on. And I hope you can do this. So thank you so much in advance. That is from Karen Zulker. So that was that shout out for Jen Donatucci. I'm sorry, wait, go ahead.
There, I helped her.
Yeah. Nice job, Kathy. Thank you. Speaking of helping, I have this email, and this was just a nice message that we received. It said, hey, I just wanted to thank you all on the Preston and Steve show for helping me look forward to getting up in the morning. I say that for many different reasons, but you guys give me the motivation to keep trying and not give up, since giving up is so easy. So, in short, I wanted to thank you for all I want to thank you all for what you do. You're more than radio DJs. You're also therapy for a lot of people in the Philadelphia area. Keep us laughing and rocking on as we all continue to battle our own demons. And I won't say who that was from, but
that's wonderful.
That was a very nice message.
Nice.
So thank you. And then I'll do one more. This is from Tina Smedley. Who said, I hope that you guys are having a great start of the week. We enjoyed the show immensely today, especially after missing you all week last week. So I got this message yesterday. My partner and most significant other is a huge fan of yours. He has been through a lot, including losing his mom last year. And you guys have seen him through it. And he has been a listener for over a decade now, supports your efforts whenever possible. He even met Preston and Steve at Parks Casino years ago. He keeps the signed picture with his most important memorabilia. He's a drummer just like you, Preston, working a full-time job during the week. He follows Casey as well, for sure, on Instagram as well as the show. And we moved to Irvine, California this January. And we both work remotely, so we enjoy the show on YouTube every single day still. If you could please wish him a happy birthday on April 21st, it would truly mean the world to him. He is a really amazing human and deserves all the good energy and love, as you all do, that I can muster to send his way. Thank you so much for your kind consideration. That is from Tina Smedley, like I said, and his name is Ronaldo Sidke. So here's a shout out a little bit early for Ronaldo on his birthday on the 21st.
I was just in Irvine. I stayed there one night before heading back home, and it was remarkable to me the number of people. Maybe it shouldn't have been, but just dressed in Disney stuff, because Anaheim is right there and Disneyland is right there, and there were just Disney characters all over the place.
If you ever watch on the Disney Channel the creation of the history, it's pretty amazing.
Nice. All right, we got to do this, gang. It's time.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
The word is voice, VOICE, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do it. Text with the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMR-barbecue. Winners will get a call from our company, Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by AAA Distributor. Again, the word is voice, VOICE. Come and get it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by 80 Moyer Lumber, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. You guys may have seen this in the news, but I thought it was worth putting in the bizarre file as well. A cancer survivor is vowing to untangle the twisted mystery of why almost 100 people associated with a New Jersey high school have developed extremely rare malignant brain tumors.
Yes, I did see this.
Al Lupiano is among 94 former staff and students from Colonia High School in the Woodbridge Township School District who have been stricken by the devastating diagnoses in recent years. Among the others diagnosed with brain cancer was the Lupiano's younger sister, who passed away from the disease in February at the age of 44. He had promised his sister on her deathbed that he would get to the bottom of what was causing the apparent cancer cluster at Colonia High School. Lupiano, local officials had apparently approved an emergency probe of the school. So he had, after a public push from Lupiano, they did. So he was diagnosed with a brain tumor back in the late 1990s, the age of 27. He went on to recover from the disease. Last year, his wife, who also attended Colonia, was diagnosed with a rare brain tumor. On the exact same day, Lupiano's younger sister, Angela DeSillis, another alumnus of Colonia, learned that she too had brain cancer. Jesus. After her sister's death in February, he became convinced of a link between the campus and the brain cancers that he and his wife and sister developed. Last month, he started a Facebook group asking locals whether they knew of any other people associated with the school who have been stricken by similar diagnoses. In less than 6 weeks, he's gathered the names of 94 people connected with the school who have developed brain tumors.
How is that even possibly remotely just happenstance?
Yeah, and it's rare too.
Yeah.
These are rare
Forms of cancer,
tumors that they're having. So he posted a TikTok video, and a subsequent TikTok video racked up more than 2 million views. And the vast majority of those who have developed brain tumors graduated between 1975 and 2000, although outliers have come in as recently as 2014 graduates. So they're starting to look into this, and
it's got to be something there. It has to be.
You would think so. So I just thought that was strange and odd, and I hope they get to the bottom of this. The Florida Highway Patrol says a drunk Florida man ran over detached body parts during a hit-and-run investigation on Sunday. He also nearly struck 2 deputies, prompting a high-speed chase. Authorities were investigating the death of a 49-year-old woman who was walking along a grassy shoulder of a roadway before being struck and hit by a hit-and-run driver at 3:30 a.m. Now, authorities found her torso on the shoulder and her legs in the roadway. Then, Thomas Crewman approached the scene at a high speed, driving directly at investigators. He ignored commands to stop, ran over the victim's legs, and then fled. Troopers, so he ran over dead body parts,
right?
While they were investigating.
What are you charged with?
Took off from that.
Yeah.
Troopers chased him down, used a maneuver with a patrol car to force him to stop. 2 passengers in the pickup truck tried to flag down troopers and exit the vehicle. Crewman was charged with aggravated assault, reckless driving, DUI, fleeing and eluding, destruction of evidence.
Okay.
Steve, so that's that.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other stuff. It was the 8th time that he's been arrested in less than 4 years.
So what about the original driver?
Don't know yet.
Don't know.
They're still investigating that. Yeah, so they don't know what happened with the pedestrian. Yeah. A university student in Nigeria died Friday while participating in a reenactment of Jesus' crucifixion. Sewell Ambrose
I guess
was
that's method acting.
a first-year student at the Clarendon Institute of Philosophy and was taking classes to become a priest when the horrific accident happened. Ambrose was taking part in a reenactment of Jesus' crucifixion, was given the role of Simon Peter, a disciple of Jesus, during the play Passion of Christ. During Ambrose's performance in the play, he collapsed and was taken to a nearby hospital. He was pronounced dead.
Gee.
One person at the university said that people thought he was joking when he collapsed, thinking that it was part of the drama. Administrators of the university have suspended all Easter activities as a result of the incident. I thought it was going to be one of these stories, where these people actually hammer nails through their hands
and they
to
do
crosses.
it. Yes.
I thought maybe they died doing that.
Yeah.
But no, this guy just was playing a part.
There are no matinees at that show.
No, I don't think so. All right, and then one last story. Let's end with this one. Quebec's Ministry of Health and Social Services apologized after it accidentally tweeted out a link to a Pornhub video instead of a government website with COVID-19 data. The Canadian industry tweeted a link to a foot fetish porn on Thursday And more than a half hour passed before officials corrected the error.
I don't want to get it. It really makes you get turned on by people's feet.
The ministry later tweeted, due to a situation beyond our control, a link with inappropriate content was posted on our Twitter account.
I love that it's a foot fetish video.
Oh, yeah. And
It's hilarious.
we are looking for the causes, and we are sorry for the inconvenience.
Build them, smell them, lick them is what it says on this foot
Seriously?
fetish porn
Oh, my
object.
God. Many took screenshots of the error before it was removed, and many mocked them on Twitter. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, voice is the word you need to enter, and you have about 7 minutes or so left to do that for MMR's Concert Cash giveaway sponsored by AAA Distributor. So the word is voice. Now, once you've done that, how would you like to win some free food? Some goodies from Foodie Hall in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
It's really good stuff.
Caller number 11 at 215-263-WMMR. You get a $50 gift card. And don't forget, you want to visit the all-new Foodie Hall, a gourmet virtual food court featuring craft burgers, Detroit-style pizza, delectable Asian cuisine, mouth-watering tacos, mac and cheese bowls, tons of this stuff. And it is they have the Jersey fried chicken sandwiches and more, created by TV chef Georgianne Lemming. So you can check out their website at foodiehall.com, and they will deliver, or you can pick up in the area.
Yes.
But it's like several different cuisines in one location that you can get. So it's really cool.
Really well-made stuff.
If you've been looking for something different to eat around your area, if you live in the Cherry Hill area, there you go. You're set up. Caller number 11, we're going to give you that gift card. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Involving a big mouth Billy Bass.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
It's a
that
story.
one.
The Sherry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just
They
want
are
to give them
excellent.
some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. That just you just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother?
Good.
I told you he would do that. He's a football player.
Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't
Oh,
he?
start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many, many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
Cue.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the
like-
strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that. Let's
thinking
go back to-
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In
Like
general,
you're trying to do it yourself.
it's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what is this guy's
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
sacks are ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball.
It's like Max
sacks are yummy. Do it slowly. And
Oh,
see if
okay.
It's even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Just made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let cold cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
And the shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy cold cooler, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
It's inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
They never
You know,
do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
we watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
But I was just
different.
surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
Just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay!
I've not
and
seen it.
loud!
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with a dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
really?
Call it the Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis. By penis.
By penis.
By penis.
I'm working my way through. Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald.
that
Oh, it's the one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it, a Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This
damn
is
it.
Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's it.
Thank you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, 'cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called what's called Loud House.
Well, that's
Yeah,
Michael
yes.
McDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald.
You might
or
be
are
right.
they both Mick?
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick.
Mc- oh,
M-C-D-O-N-A-L. I don't know what animal you just
I
said.
don't know.
I don't know what
Neither do
noise. I don't know what noise to make.
And the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald,
The Loud House.
the Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
and showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House, has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the skeleton man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
don't
Okay.
even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
Right.
pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, "No, they're right."
No,
I'm like,
you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out
Yeah.
to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But
Maybe
apparently
they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters there.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of
This is
dicks.
what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and
So
go.
the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern, Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you
I
guys,
haven't, yeah.
that she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
what time? What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
It was
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car, went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and
Your opportunity to win the Preston and Steve tattoo. So text the word tattoo to 39333, and we will see if you win in just a little bit. So we'll give that away at the end of the program. In the meantime, we're going to give something else away. We have a pair of tickets to see Steve Trevino, who's going to be playing Friday at Punchline, and it is in the form of the lesson question. So the question that we are going to go with this morning is, what artist did Steve cover quite a bit when he would perform sleep karaoke? What musician? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. What artist did Steve cover quite a bit when he would perform sleep karaoke? 215-263-WMMR. That's the number, and we'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Natural Lawn of America. Is safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. You can schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Al Pacino confirming that he is in fact dating Mick Jagger's ex-girlfriend, 28-year-old Noor Alfallah. Alfallah says she is very attracted to much older men because she enjoys having to dust her vagina.
Oh, dude.
Oh, my God.
Jamie Dornan, who recently starred in Belfast, is sharing his thoughts on appearing in the 50 Shades of Grey movies. Dornan tells Esquire that he actually learned a lot acting in the 50 Shades movies, like how to use a nail gun to insert a butt plug. Hey! And finally, Serena Williams, this is pretty wild, suggesting that King Richard will be getting a sequel movie and possibly a third movie to complete a trilogy. Williams says it's essential that they complete the film so they can find out how Will Smith got so pussy whipped. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this question. What artist did Steve cover quite a bit when he was doing sleep karaoke? And we will go to Craig for the answer. Hi there, Craig.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, Craig. All right, what artist would Steve cover when he did sleep karaoke?
Pat Benatar.
Pat Benatar. You got it. Hang on. Craig just got a pair of tickets to see comedian Steve Trevino this Friday, and that's April 22nd, 9:45 p.m. at Punchline Philly. Tickets are on sale now at punchlinephilly.com for each of Steve's shows, which are this weekend.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by Montage Mountain. Friday, April 22nd and Saturday, April 23rd. Sample over 150 craft beers, ciders, and seltzers from 50 of the best breweries nationwide. MontageMountain.com/brewfest. Guitarist Joe Satriani confirmed bassist Jason Newsted's recent revelation that he was being tapped for possible inclusion in an upcoming Van Halen reunion. Satriani, who played with both Sammy and Michael Anthony in Chickenfoot, shed light on what still seems a possible tour saluting Van Halen's classic catalog. And he said, I've been talking with Alex and Dave for about a year about doing something, a tour, something like that. That was going to be a true tribute to Eddie and the Van Halen legacy. For me, it was a terrifying prospect of doing something like that, but I realized that it was something that would be a real labor of love for me. I was just so honored to take on the challenge. Now, Satriani admitted that the players behind the still unannounced project were a bit put out by Jason Newsted, coming out and divulging plans that either didn't include him or were far from being a done deal. He said, these things are always happening in the music industry, and you're supposed to keep very quiet about it because sometimes they don't work out. There's usually about 10 crazy ideas that float around, and musicians are always like, okay, I won't say anything about this because it might not work out. I don't want to hurt this person's feeling or disrupt any other business plans. So, yeah, we were all pretty shocked that Jason wanted to go public with it because we were all sworn to silence. Satriani revealed that the concerts were being constructed as covering the entire Van Halen catalog. The thought of representing, he said, all the years of Van Halen, that's pretty daunting. Just from a guitar player's point of view, Eddie progressed remarkably as a player and as an inventor, and those two things that kind of went together from Van Halen 1 all the way to the last album. And when you sit down to actually learn it and pull it off, you go, wow, not only do I need talent, but I need certain gear because certain things won't work unless you've got this amp and it's doing that. So that's always another thing to deal with.
The concept of doing a concert tour as opposed to I think do like a special tribute show, and invite multiple guitars to do different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, make that record it, sell it, maybe a charity for oral cancer research or whatever. You know, something that would make sense.
Hey, Press, did you ever see Van Halen with Sammy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, several
times. I assume he does all the David Lee Roth stuff, and how did that
He did some of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did Panama and Jump and some of the songs. They were fine.
Yeah.
He put his own twist on it to make sure he wasn't just trying to copy Dave, but Sammy's a great singer.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? Satriani went on to say, it's very complicated, and all I can really say about it is that if it does happen, I know we'll make it the greatest thing ever for the fans, and we'll all celebrate together. Not only the great Eddie Van Halen, but the legacy that the band created, the amazing amount of music and the goodwill and good vibes that they created as a band. And then Dave had a statement, but I'll get to that in a second.
But, I mean, as far as Joe Satriani is concerned, I mean, that cat really knows how to play guitar.
He does. Look out for him. Because
this cat really knows how to play guitar.
That's who I was talking about when I said that back in.
Those are the best tasting little morsels I have ever had in my life.
I was talking about Michael Anthony when I said that.
I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
All right, so listen to this. Last night, David Lee Roth was pressed by the Van Halen news desk to share his thoughts regarding the rumored Van Halen tour.
That's the latest news. Let's get on to the latest rock.
Listen to this. So Dave emailed the site, and he wrote, in my mind, Van Halen 4R, whatever that means, in the age of COVID is going to require two of us for every position. Satriani and Lukather, Michael Anthony and Jason Newsted, Al, meaning Alex Van Halen, or Tommy Lee. And probably the only one who could do my job today would be Pink.
Pink?
Wow.
That's what he said.
Wow.
That's what he said.
She is a big fan, isn't she?
I thought that was pretty interesting. So there you go.
That is weird.
I like the idea of Tommy Lee, though. I mean, like a showman on drums, the 80s tribute or whatever. I think that would work well.
That'd be really cool. Grunge supergroup Third Secret has released a clip of their recent live debut online. The band featured former members of Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Soundgarden. Performed a special set at the Museum of Pop in Seattle this past March and shared the footage of I Choose Me on their YouTube page yesterday. Video shows Kim Thale of Soundgarden, drummer Matt Cameron of Soundgarden and Pearl Jam, and bassist Chris Novoselic, of course, from Nirvana, alongside guitarist John Bubba Dupree. He's from Ex-Void, and vocalist Jennifer Johnson and Jillian Ray. So they kind of have that sound, or they were all involved in that sound, and I've not heard the tune or
Another
seen the video
supergroup.
as of yet, but that came out yesterday. And then finally, Anthrax and Black Label Society are going to hit the road this summer with special guest Hatebreed. The tour will actually wrap up in Philadelphia on August 28th. They're going to play the Fillmore.
We are Hatebreed. Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Scott Ian wrote on Instagram Monday, Zach Wilde has been a friend and an inspiration to me as a guitar player, songwriter, and beard grower since we met in 1988. We've had a privilege to share festival stages with Zach and BLS around the world, and it's always been a headbanging mutual admiration society between the two bands, and now we get to share the stage every night on what is easily going to be the heaviest tour of 2022, the ultimate pounding 1-2 combination of bands. He said, oh, and did I mention we've got effing Hatebreed with us as our special guest? Holy crap. It's going to be the night of 1,000 crushing riffs, and I can't wait to see you all on the road. By the way, Hatebreed will not be at the Philly show, so it will be
Damn it.
Anthrax and Black Label
This is going
Society.
to kill Kathy.
And that is all I have in the music news segment for you. I have one final $50 gift card to give away for foodiehall.com. And they're in Cherry Hill, or Foodie Hall, I should say. But you can check their website at foodiehall.com. We'll take caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. And don't forget, for dinner tonight, order from foodiehall.com. 10 kitchens, 1 delivery, or you can pick up.
Yes.
Unlimited possibilities. Pizza, juicy burgers, authentic tacos, juicy fried chicken, or gourmet Asian. At Foodie Hall, everybody gets exactly what they want.
It's damn good stuff.
So caller 15, 215-263-WMMR. We are going to set you up. And to the phones we go. It's Keith. Keith, how you doing, man?
How you doing, Preston?
Good. Hey, listen, I'm sorry to tell you that you did not win the $50 Foodie Hall gift card, but you did win something else. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir. $500.
That's a winner. MMR's concert cash. Where are you from, Keith?
Wilmington, Delaware.
From Wilmington. That's our second Delaware winner this morning. I love it. And so $500, not too bad. And also MMRBQ. Have you ever been to the MMRBQ, Keith?
Yes, I have. Can't wait.
All right, then we are excited to welcome you back, my man. Thank you so much for listening, brother. And we will see you at that concert. And you'll be buying everybody beers because you're going to have $500, right?
Yes, sir.
I love it. You heard him. Everybody heard him. Everybody free beer on Keith. And you can win $500, by the way, and tickets to MMRBQ with your next shot coming at noon with MMR's Concert Cash. And it's brought to you by AAA Distributor. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to light...
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First I created my pillow. Now my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head.
There was nothing around like a new
shirt
something?
you could wad up or something.
A shirt?
Okay, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're. Go ahead.
Only one camp out for Kahunga shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Still gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, Impressive, perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh.
You skipped a few words.
Different. I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that.
Yes.
I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran, not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine. But you're I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. You know, like
the hunt and peck thing.
Yeah,
I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a hunt and peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the 2 index fingers and fly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard.
This?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
Okay, so it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe one notch closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. That's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't good letters.
Ariadne, those are not. The
I
court
bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
But it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous."
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even wonderful.
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during their relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of oral gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
It's exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of.
Speaking of boner dreams,
okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never.
I thought that
A
always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened.
You know what we should probably do?
Yeah.
Give away our tattoo.
Okay.
Because today is Tattoo Tuesday. We would like to congratulate Kira Newton, who is from Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Kira got herself a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattoo Tuesday on the Preston and Steve Show is, of course, presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Congrats to you. And I would like to thank, by the way, Foodie Hall for stopping by this morning, foodiehall.com. I just had a sandwich. It is actually a burrata sandwich. It was
burrata.
Yeah. It's like an Italian with a burrata cheese on it. It was so tasty. So thank you, guys. And that was the well, that wasn't the Chris Cut. They've got all these. They brought in Dendo tacos, Chris Cut, Canting Noodle Bar, Da King's Craft Burgers, all kinds of stuff. So they have 10 different restaurants in one location that you can order from in one shot. They will deliver it, or you can pick it up.
Yes.
And it's there in Cherry Hill, and you can go to foodiehall.com for information. And thank you to Joe Matarese.
Hey!
He is performing at City Winery on Saturday, and tickets are available now. And his show is called the Remember When Tour, and it's a trip down the 80s. It was a lot of fun talking about that this morning. So good to see Joe this morning, and his show is selling out, so make sure that you do get those tickets. Pierre Robert is back fresh from days off like we were last week. And yesterday, our first day back. Today, your first day back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, sir.
Very nice to be seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a couple things here.
Okay.
Okay. And it's gonna be not like we're not ending the show like we normally do.
We're not.
You made aware of this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Make sure we're on sex streams where Kathy. It's the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to dock together?
Docking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of Class 7 Series LED 4K UHD Smart Tizen TV. 4 tickets for the Penn Museum to check out one of the largest Egyptian collections in the U.S. and a hieroglyphs mug from the museum shop. And it's all brought to you by Marvel Studios' Moon Knight. It's an Egyptian-based superhero show.
Yes.
And you don't want to miss the 6-episode event. Now streaming only on Disney Plus. So we will give that away on Friday, which is cool. All right, now let's find out what's happening on your program today.
Well, we will have tickets to give away for the Brewfest at Montage Mountain coming up on Saturday. We've, of course, got concert cash. You had 2 winners, both from Delaware, which was very cool. We will have concert cash at noon and 2 possible winners and MMRBQ ticket winners on that. And then we will have workforce blocks that include Lincoln Park and Chris Cornell and Bob Marley.
Excellent.
Very nice.
Now, I would like to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow on the program, it's a Wednesday, so Fox Good Day, secret text word. We'll also have joining us Henry Winkler.
Henry Winkler.
Yes,
it was great.
One of the sweetest persons on the planet.
Yes. He shot a film in my hometown of Petaluma.
No kidding.
Yeah, you'll have to ask him about that.
We might get to that. And also the very lovely... We're not going to ask him. The very lovely Jane Seymour will be joining us tomorrow, too. So it's going to be
the medicine man.
A very cool program. Now, with all that done, I normally say, Ray John, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Have blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we're doing something else.
What are we doing?
We are, ladies and gentlemen, maybe you heard about this a little while back. We are going to dedicate today the MMR studios. Okay, if you did not hear about this, we are revealing this now. The company has decided to take our studio next door, which is 4F.
Correct. Unfit for military service.
Yes. Correct. And we are, and rightfully so, naming it the Pierre Robert Studio. And we are officially dedicating it today because we've been waiting for this very special light, this light up sign to come in. And when you turn on your microphone, there's a sign, and you've seen it, I'm sure, on TV shows and movies, that in a studio, when you turn on a microphone, there's a sign that says on air that comes on so you don't come in the middle of a live broadcast. And so we have the sign outside of the studio, and we are going to unveil it, and we are going to light it for the first time today.
Very nice. I've been hearing that it's been referred to as the Pierre Robert Studio in some of the imaging, but right now it becomes completely official because of a light.
That is correct.
Yeah.
A beacon, not unlike Pierre Robert
beacon in the
himself.
dark.
Thank
in the dark,
you.
guiding you to safety.
I'm a beacon guiding
in the
you.
dark.
Or a siren encouraging the sailors to crash on the rocks with the enchanting voice that brings you in. But I'm a beacon, and my beacon is about to be lit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the way this is going to work is we are going to have you go into the studio, and when you turn on the microphone, it will officially be lit, and you will do your first break, although it's technically going to be during our show, and you will take us into commercial break, okay?
Oh, okay.
Does that
So
work
should
okay?
I go now?
You should walk.
Well, you're going to, because we're going to lead you in. And do we have a microphone out
We
there?
do.
Should I turn it on? I don't. There's nothing on here.
Nothing on here.
Hang on.
There's no words on
Is
it.
there a microphone or not, Marissa?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All is well.
Oh, I saw you hooking that
Thing
up.
sucks.
We don't need it. I just need to know if there was one.
There's
It's not. Okay, then we don't
We
need
don't
it.
need it.
We don't need it.
We don't need
We
it.
don't
Well,
need your silly microphones.
If you leave these mics on, then I'll
pick up.
We're going to go in there, but the bottom line is
Are you all coming with me?
yes. And you'll just be on the microphone. We're going to be in the hallway. We're going to see it happen.
Yeah.
And we will film it all so you can catch it later. But we need theme music leading into it. So
Okay.
Are you ready for the special dedication?
I am.
Why did it not go? I hit the button.
I am
and it-
ready for the special dedication.
Let me
While we wait for it, I could tell you the story of my life.
No,
Being born on a moonlit
Talk
night.
about
at
the
Lake-
Petaluma Henry Winkler thing.
Well, Henry Winkler shot a film
Okay.
in a little town outside of San Francisco called Petaluma. And it could be the whole subject of your conversation with him tomorrow.
Casey, what am I doing?
We're ready to go.
We're ready to go.
We were
Okay.
waiting for this music.
We'll get that story another time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the dedication of the Pierre Robert Studio. What? Why'd you wave me off? What?
You know, the button has already been pushed.
Oh, it's playing right now.
It's playing right
Okay,
now.
let's go.
I don't hear it.
Pierre, go to the other room.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's okay. Now, everybody reflect love. It's all right. It's okay. And now the light is lit. That was one of the smoothest transitions that's ever happened on the tightest show in radio. Are they still out there? Oh, can I? Well, how do I walk out there without the
I'll
microphone?
take over while you, ladies and gentlemen, Pierre Robert is now
I'll go look.
leaving his very own studio. He is stepping outside, and in a moment, he's going to see the glory, the majesty that is the Pierre Robert sign indicating that we indeed are on the air at 93.3 WMMR. You can hear as the crowd goes crazy. This glorious moment, he's basking in the glow of this neon light that says, "This is my place, and these are my people." And he's saying no autographs whatsoever. The man has got to get to work, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you, everyone. That was the first button pressing of the Pierre Robert Studio 4F on the air. And until we see you tomorrow, rage on. And we'll talk to you then, good friend, and good friends of all civilization, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We shall be right back. Tightest show on radio.